Welcome to the Berserk League. Noir and Waze face off on Mapas, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Noir holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took their most recent meeting on the same map, and it looks like he's carrying that confidence into today. The question is whether Waze can flip the script this time. Waze edges ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the chase. Waze, ranked 26 on the ladder, is playing his role. Whoa, a total bloodbath that leaves him with just 7 HP 3 in a row. Unreal, he's just surviving by a thread right now. Keeps it rolling, that's 4 in a row for Waze. The slight favorite is taking full control here. Insane. Both players dump their magazines, but he survives with just 5 HP to make it 5 in a row. Pure chaos, but he somehow stays alive again. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 6 in a row for Waze. Total shutdown, not even a single bullet landed. He catches him from the ramp to make it 7 in a row. Both players landed their shots, but he survives the exchange to make it 8 in a row. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Finally, Noir snaps the run with a clean hit to make it 2-8. Boom, a quick 1.5 seconds to take it. Waze is playing with a 2016 record over the last 24 hours, yet he is struggling to maintain that momentum here. Noir is using his historical edge on this map to chip away at the lead. The question is whether Waze can stabilize before this turns into a full comeback. Waze leads 9-3. The underdog is completely ignoring the pre-match script here, fueled by an 8-round win streak. Noir entered as the favorite, but he looks lost against Waze's pace. Side swap, Noir needs a Noir grabs another, cutting it to 4-9. Boom, less than a second to take it. Waze, ranked 26 on the ladder, is starting to feel the pressure. Noir strikes again, narrowing the gap to 5-9. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head 399, 344. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 3 in a row for Noir, mirroring that 1917 result from their last meeting. Wow, a complete slugfest. Waze barely scrapes through with 20 HP to make it 10-6. Man, he just can't seem to stay healthy in this. Noir claws back to 7-10, keeping this fight alive. Waze is currently ranked 26 on the ladder. Another one for Noir. He doesn't take a hit as he continues this climb back into the game. Another quick hit to keep the pressure mounting. Unreal. He deletes him in under a second to make it 3 straight. Noir is refusing to go away. Unreal! He survives a brutal trade to make it 4 straight and tie this at 10-10. Slight favorite has completely lost his grip on the map. Waze shuts him down from the ramp to make it 11-10. Quick reaction from the ramp to freeze that comeback. A messy exchange, but he survives the trade to reach match point at 12-10. A scrappy fight, but he manages to hold the line. Boom, he survives the exchange to take 3 straight and wins the map. He really had to scrape for this one, barely surviving 3 different fights with nothing left in the tank. Noir almost pulled off the comeback. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze face off on Italy, where the favorite faces a tough test. Whoa, a complete bloodbath. Glare survives by a threat to take the first 1-0. He's already won their most recent meeting 13-11. Glare leads the head-to-head 257-220 across hundreds of matches, but Waze is coming off a fresh win against Noir just now. That recent momentum is making this look a lot closer than the historical edge suggests. We'll see if Waze can keep this streak going. Deadlock. That 2-2 Glare and Waze are neck and neck. That was a blink and you miss it. Insane. Both players nearly empty their clips in a second, but Glare survives by a sliver to lead 3-2. Glare pulls ahead 4-2, putting Waze in a hole. Wow, a half-second exchange and he's gone. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. The slight favorite is struggling to find any answers here. Boom. He makes it 4 in a row, taking a commanding 6-2 lead. The slight favorite is getting outclassed here. He keeps it rolling, 5 in a row for Glare, pushing the lead to 7-2. The slight favorite is getting a reality check here. Finally, Waze snaps the run to bring it to 7-3. Waze ranked 24 on the ladder, trying to flip the script. Glare has a 53% win rate here, showing a clear historical preference for this map. That edge is playing out in real time, especially since Waze entered this as the slight favorite. The question is whether Waze can find a way to bridge that gap before the half. Glare leads 8-4 at the break. The favorite is playing exactly how we expected, using that 5-round streak to seize control. Waze needs a strong start on the switch to close this gap. Side swap, Waze needs a Waze fights back, cutting the gap to 8-5. Pure speed, barely a second to end that one. Glare pushes it to 9-5, shutting down that rally. Sub-second reaction there, just a blink and it was over. These rounds are ending in a blink. Waze is forcing Glare to play at a breakneck pace. Glare hits 10, leaving Waze trailing at 6. Waze is trying to shake off that 11-13 loss from earlier. Glare is pulling well away here. Waze is fighting an uphill battle to get this back on track. Waze is hanging in there, refusing to let Glare cruise to an easy victory. Coming off a 2016 run over the last day. A clean hit for Glare to reach match point, leading 12-7. Waze is struggling to justify that slight favorite tag today. He deletes him in half a second without taking a single hit, making it 12-8. Boom, he shuts the door in under 2 seconds to take the map 13-8. He just had Waze's number today. Twice he barely scraped through with under 30 HP to keep the momentum. Welcome to the arena. Noir takes on Glare in this one, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Glare leads the head-to-head 361, 249 over a long history of meetings. He's also coming in with a free win streak in his last 10, so he should have the psychological edge here. The question is whether Noir can sustain this early lead. Noir pushes ahead 2-1, putting Glare on the ropes. Wow, under a second for that kill. Noir is really starting to separate himself here, building a 2-round cushion early on. Unreal. Both players stare into each other in a total bloodbath, but he takes it for 3 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Noir. Complete reversal from their 13-6 meeting 16 hours ago. He doesn't even take a scratch. That's 5 in a row for Noir. Glare entered this one coming off a 13-8 win over Waze. Boom! Glare snaps that run with a lightning fast kill to make it 6-2. He's the higher rated player on the ladder right now. Noir has gone 15-21 over the last 24 hours, and that struggle is starting to show as his lead evaporates. He is coming off a loss to Waze just before this match, suggesting a dip in form that Glare is now capitalizing on. The question is whether Noir can stop this slide before it's too late. He's on fire. 4 in a row for Glare, who doesn't take a single hit before the break. Noir and Glare are deadlocked 6-6. This is tracking exactly with expectations for a close match. Both players traded 5-round streaks, showing neither can pull away on the arena. Sides swap, fresh start. Noir nips back in front, making it 7-6. The underdog flips the script on the favorite here. Whoa, a complete slugfest. He survives the chaos to tie it at 7-7, showing incredible resilience. Barely survived that one with only 32 HP left. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 2 in a row for Glare, who continues to claw his way back. Noir levels the playing field, tying it up at 8-8. Glare ranked 24 on the ladder, can't pull away. He survives a messy exchange to take the lead 9-8, showing real grit in this comeback. The favorite is finally starting to assert his will. He shuts down that run immediately. 2 in a row for Glare, who just won't quit. The favorite is finally playing to his seat. Glare edges ahead 10-9 after a clinical sequence. Noir rank 30 on the ladder refuses to fade. Noir forces a deadlock at 10-10. Absolute nail-biter now. He's coming off a strong 13-8 win over Waze today. Clean hit for Glare, who stays resilient to move ahead 11-10. Clean response to keep this series moving. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to even breathe. Insane. Both players tear each other apart, but he survives a razor-thin exchange to reach match point. Wow, he barely hangs on with 19 HP. Game over. Glare doesn't take a single hit to finish the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep for that one. Noir pushed him to the absolute limit today. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Orange. Noir and Waze face off now, with the slight favorite looking for another win. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head 399-345, showing a long-term comfort against this opponent. It is a surprising trend, considering Waze actually has the better win rate on this map. The question is whether Waze can flip the script after winning their last meeting. Waze edges ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the back foot, coming off that 13-10 win in their last meeting. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze. Sub 1 second, he's just not missing. Noir answers back, cutting the lead to 3-2. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Glare just now. Waze pulls further ahead, now leading 4-2. The favorite is holding his ground here. Wow, a total scrap. He barely survives that exchange to move ahead 5-2. Insane. He hangs on with just 21 HP. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row to move it to 6-2. Noir, rank 30 on the ladder, is struggling to keep up. Noir snaps the run with a 1-second burst, cutting the deficit to 3-6. He's fighting through a 3-loss streak in his last 10. He does it again. 2 in a row for Noir as he claws back into this. Our favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Waze has been the more consistent player today, posting a 2016 record over the last 24 hours. That momentum is contrasting sharply with Noir, who is fighting through a cold stretch. We have to wonder if Noir can actually flip this around before halftime. Waze takes an 8-4 lead into the break. The underdog is playing well above expectations here, while Noir looks lost. Waze's 47% win rate on Orange is showing as he pushes for the upset. Side swap, Noir needs a reset. Noir strikes back to make it 5-8. Both players coming off a loss to Glare just now. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 2 in a row for Noir as he continues to climb back. The slight favorite is finally starting to crack. Unreal. He takes another without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row for Noir. Waze shuts him down without taking a hit, snapping the run to make it 7-9. Waze holds a 3-round cushion at 10-7. Waze, rank 26, is just playing better today. He doesn't take a single hit in a blink, showing real resilience to bring this to 8-10. He doesn't take a hit. 2 in a row for Noir as he keeps fighting back. The underdog is refusing to go away here. Boom. He absorbs a couple of hits but wins the scrap to tie it 10-10. That's 3 straight for Noir as he erases that early deficit. Waze halts the momentum, reclaiming the lead at 11-10. A tough 14-22 stretch in the last day for Noir. Whoa, a total war of attrition. He survives by a thread to reach match point at 12-10. Pure grit to survive that with only 21 HP. Boom, he doesn't take a hit to close it out. 3 in a row to take the map. He really had to survive those 2 low HP scrambles to hold on. Noir fought back hard, but Waze flips the script on their head-to-head. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Glare and Vase face off today, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Glare leads the head-to-head with 258 wins over Vase. He's actually coming off a victory against Vase in their very last meeting, so he's carrying that psychological edge into this set. The question is if Vase can flip the script this time. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Glare. Vase entered this as the slight favorite. Vase knocks him off the ramp, showing some real resilience to cut the lead to 3-1. Quick reaction there to keep this close. He does it again, 2 in a row for Vase, who's refusing to let Glare pull away. 2 quick kills to erase that early gap. Wow, he fights through the damage to tie it up at 3-3. That's 3 in a row. Total reset on the scoreboard after that fast exchange. He doesn't miss. That's 4 in a row for Vase, who now takes the lead 4-3. That was a lightning fast exchange to take control. He survives a messy exchange to make it 5 in a row. The slight favorite's now fully in the driver's seat. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 6 in a row to lead 6-3. He catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, making it 7 in a row. Complete shutdown from the ramp. Both players trade heavy damage in a scramble, but he secures 8 in a row before the break. Barely survived that one with 40 HP left. Glare 3, Vase 9. The favorite is struggling here as Vase puts up a huge surprise. He nearly ran away with it during a 9-round win streak to build this lead. Now we see if Glare can claw back. Side swap, fresh start. Glare is riding a 4-win streak into this set, and he's starting to find that form here. He recently beat Vase 13-8 in their last meeting, so he knows exactly how to break this specific defense. The question is if Vase can regain his composure. He shuts that run down instantly, taking no damage to make it 11-4. Clean sweep there, not a single hit taken. Boom. He snaps that run and hits match point with 3 in a row. Fastest exchange of the set, just under 2 seconds. Insane. He deletes him in a second without taking a hit to complete the comeback and win it all. He completely flips the script on their head-to-head history. Vase just puts on a clinic to shut Glare down. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Noir and Glare face off on Mappas, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum. Glare has a huge lead in their head-to-head history, winning 59% of their encounters. He also took the most recent matchup between these two, which puts Noir in a tough spot given his recent form. The question is whether Noir can reverse that trend here. Noir edges ahead 2-1 as Glare fights back. Coming off 3 straight losses, including a tight one to Glare. Wow, a total slugfest. He survives the brawl to make it 3 in a row. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Waze just now. Glare reacts faster here, taking a clean win to keep it 3-2. Gone in a blink, just under 2 seconds. Unreal. He barely survives that bloodbath with 3 HP to make it 4-2. Noir is defying his recent 4-game losing streak. Glare strikes back to keep it tight at 4-3. Gone in just over a second. Glare levels it up. We're deadlocked at 4-4. Gone in under a second. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Glare. He's leaning into that 70% recent form to take control. That's 4 in a row. He's completely taken over the server to lead 6-4. Glare, ranked 25 on the ladder, is proving the favorite here. Insane. Both players trade heavy damage in a total brawl, but he survives with a sliver of health to make it 5 in a row before the break. A gritty finish to wrap the first half. Noir 5, Glare 7. The underdog is currently steering this toward an upset despite the pre-match expectations. Glare is using his 54% map win rate to keep the lead, though Noir's early streak shows he can still bridge the gap. Sides, swap, time for a reset. Noir has gone 14-22 in the last 24 hours, and that struggle is showing as he fails to build any momentum here. He's fighting an uphill battle against Glare, who entered this match as the favorite and is now firmly in control. The question is if Noir can find a way to break this slide. He doesn't even take a scratch. That's 3 in a row for Glare. Noir 5, Glare 10. Just another result for the rank 25 player today. Noir snaps that run with a clean hit, bringing the score to 6-10. Noir ranked 30, trying to close that ladder gap. Whoa, that was a blink under a second, and the round is over. Glare is just too quick right now. He shuts down the comeback attempt and reaches match points. The favorite just needs one more to close this out. Noir denies the match point with a fast burst to keep it 7-12. Boom, he finds the gap to keep this alive. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 2 in a row for Noir. Pure speed, gone in exactly 1. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Both players trade heavy hits, but he wins the scrap to make it 4 in a row. A slugfest that leaves him with plenty of health to spare. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 5 in a row. Noir's comeback is almost complete. Boom! Glare halves the comeback and shuts the door to take the map. Noir almost pulled off the impossible there, but he just couldn't find that final kill to finish the comeback. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. Noir and Waze face off now with the favorite facing a tough test today. Both of them fought for the ramp, but Noir was just a split second faster. Waze is the higher rated player on the ladder right now. Noir holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Waze actually won their most recent meeting. Noir has a long-term edge that seems to be playing out here. The question is whether Waze can flip the script before this slips away. A trade-off on the ramp, but he wins it. That's 4 in a row. Waze entered this one coming off a 13-4 win over Glare. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row for Noir. Insane speed. That was barely half a second. He picks him right off the ramp. 6 in a row for Noir. Tough look for the favorite after the 13-10 win in their last meeting. Both players trade heavy damage, but he survives the scrap. 7 in a row. A total reversal of their last meeting on orange. Finally, Waze breaks the run to make it 7-1. He's coming into this with a better 21-15 record over the last day. Noir is sitting on a 5-loss streak across his last 10 matches. He struggled to close games lately, and we're seeing that trend surface again as he lets the lead slip. The question is if he can stabilize before this turns into another close defeat. Whoa, a total scrap. Waze survives the chaos to make it 4 in a row before the break. Noir leads 7-5. The favorite is holding the lead as expected, but Waze keeps this close. Noir had a 7-round streak, yet Waze fought back to keep the margin to just 2. Side swap, fresh start. Unreal. A total slugfest where Noir barely survives with 26 HP to make it 8-5. Absolute chaos on that one, but he holds the line. Noir takes him from the ramp, pushing the lead to 4 rounds. The underdog is making it look easy against rank 25. Noir catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. The slight favorite is really struggling to find an answer here. Waze halts the momentum here to keep it 10-6. Noir is struggling with a 30% win rate over his last 10. Noir pushes it to 10-7, widening the gap. Waze, rank 25 on the ladder, is starting to exert his authority. Waze knocks him off the ramp. That's 3 in a row as he claws back into this. Pure aggression from him to flip the momentum like this. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 4 in a row as he erases the lead. Noir shuts him down off the ramp to make it 11-9. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Glare earlier today. Unreal. Both players were nearly dead, but he scrapes by with 15 HP for match point. Absolute nail-biter of a fight to get here. Boom. He closes it out with 3 straight to take the map. 13-9. He really had to scrape through those low HP fights to stop the bleed. Huge win for Noir over a higher ranked opponent. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Glare and Waze take the stage on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head 258-221 over the long term. But that historical edge doesn't tell the whole story. Waze actually took their most recent meeting in a lopsided result, so he knows how to get the better of this matchup. The question is if Glare can keep this momentum going. Untouched, he makes it 3 in a row with a completely clean kill. Waze entered this as the slight favorite. That's 4 in a row. He's just not letting Waze get a foothold here. He's coming off a tight 13-11 win against Noir. Both players landed hits, but he survives the exchange for 5 in a row. Another clean kill. That's 6 in a row for Glare. Waze actually holds the better win rate on this map. He doesn't even take a hit. 7 in a row for Glare. Pure speed, that's a 1-second kill. Whoa! A total bloodbath. He barely survives that exchange to make it 8 in a row. Finally, Waze snaps the streak with a sub 1-second kill, taking no damage. Glare has gone 2016 in the last 24 hours, and that consistency is showing through here. He's playing with a lot more confidence than Waze, who is struggling to keep pace despite the close rankings on our ladder. The question is if Waze can find a way to stall this. Glare 10, Waze 2. This is playing out exactly as expected with the favorite taking control. Glare used an 8-round win streak to build a huge lead and leave Waze searching for answers. Side swap. Waze needs a... Waze claws one back, but the Glare still leads 10-3. Waze ranked 26 on the ladder, keeps fighting back. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react today. Both players land hits, but he survives the exchange to reach match point. A scrappy exchange, but he holds his ground. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Boom, he survives the scrap to seal the deal and take the map. He completely ignores the map history here. Glare just shuts the door on Waze to settle this rivalry. Welcome to the arena. Noir and Glare face off today, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Glare has a 59% win rate in their head-to-head history, and that edge is showing early. He also took the win in their very last meeting, meaning Noir is fighting against a mental disadvantage here. The question is whether Noir can flip the script today. Another clean kill for Glare. He's taken 3 in a row. Coming off a dominant 13-4 win against Waze today. Boom. Noir answers back with a clean kill to make it 1-3, showing some real resilience. Fastest kill of the match so far. He doesn't miss a shot. Taking 2 in a row to pull this within 1. Underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean with a sub-second kill to tie it 3-3. Wow, that's 4 in a row for Noir, who now holds the lead after starting down 3. He's just not missing. 5 in a row for Noir to take a 5-3 lead. The underdog is completely rewriting the pre-match expectations. He keeps it rolling. 6 in a row for Noir, who hasn't taken a single point of damage. Pure perfection, walking away without taking a hit. Insane. 7 in a row for Noir, who just can't be stopped after that early deficit. The favorite is completely struggling to find an answer. Another one. 8 in a row for Noir, who stays perfect heading into the break. Wraps up the half with another clean finish. Noir takes a 9-3 lead. He's playing exactly like the favorite should, erasing an early deficit with a 9-round win streak. Glare needs a fast start on the other side to stay in this. Side swap, time for a reset. He opens the second half with a quick kill, extending the lead to 10-3. The pre-match favorite is completely stalled out. Whoa, a total scrap that leaves Glare clinging on with just 7 HP to break the run. Glare is 21-15 in the last 24 hours, and he's using that momentum to chip away at this lead. Noir is ranked 30th on the ladder, while Glare sits at 23rd. So the gap in our rating is starting to manifest on the scoreboard. The question is if Glare can keep this climb going. He shuts down the rally with a clean kill. Noir is at match point. The pre-match favorite is completely stalled out. Boom! He closes it out with a clean finish to take the map 13-5. He just completely flipped the head-to-head history on his head. Glare had his number for a long time, but Noir owns this one. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Noir and Waze take on Italy today in a very close matchup. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Waze survives by a threat to take the lead 1-0, coming off a tough 9-13 loss to him on fast aim. Noir holds a 400-346 lead in their all-time head-to-head history, usually making him the favorite here, but Waze is playing like the better man right now, and the question is whether Noir can flip the script before this gets out of hand. Unreal, he barely survives a chaotic scramble to make it 1-3 and show some resilience. Boom! He doesn't take a single point of damage, making it 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. Insane, he survives with only 11 HP to tie it 3-3 and make 3 in a row. The slight favorite is suddenly on his heels. Wow, a total scrap. Waze barely escapes with his life to take the lead 4-3. Waze rank 26 on the ladder keeps the pressure on. Hard stopping. He survives with just 8 HP to tie it 4-4 and finish this incredible comeback. Waze edges ahead 5-4 to reclaim the advantage. Quick reaction there to take the lead. 5-5. Pure speed on that kill to lock in the tie. Waze pulls ahead 6-5 to seize the momentum. Blazing fast kill to put him back on top. Waze leads 7-5. Noir entered as the favorite, but he's struggling to keep pace here despite Noir winning 54% of their all-time head-to-head. Waze is currently controlling the tempo. Side swap, time for a reset. Waze has a 19-17 record in the last 24 hours, showing a bit more stability today than Noir. He is already the higher rated player on the ladder, and the scoreline is reflecting that gap in quality. The question is whether Noir can find a way to disrupt this run. Noir snaps the streak with a blow. Pure lightning on that kill to tighten the gap. Waze holds a narrow 9-7 lead as we reset. He's the higher rated player on the ladder for a reason. Waze stretches it to 10-7 and keeps cruising. Blink and you missed it, less than a second to end that run. Unreal, he survives with just 14 HP after a chaotic scrap to make it 3 in a row. Noir answers back to make it 8-11. Coming off a 13-5 win over Glare earlier today. Waze deletes him in under a second to reach match point 12-8. The pre-match favorite is proving too much to handle. Game over. He deletes Noir in under a second to seal the map 13-8. He just completely flipped the script on their head-to-head history. Waze takes the series and proves he's the man today. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze face off on orange to see who comes out on top. Glare leads the head-to-head with 259 wins over Waze. He's riding that historical edge into this match, especially after taking their most recent encounter in a blowout. The question is whether Waze can flip the script today. Glare pushes the lead to 2-1, putting Waze under pressure. Quick reflex win to keep this close. Waze has all the momentum now, erasing Glare's early lead to tie this up. Waze is playing like the favorite today. Glare claws back the lead, making it 3-2. The slight favorite can't find a way to pull ahead. Deadlocked at 3-3. Waze forces a total stalemate. He's fighting to avoid a repeat of that 4-13 loss today. These rounds are ending in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. The slight favorite can't find a way to pull ahead. Pure chaos as Glare and Waze sit tied at 4-4. Insane. That was a sub-second kill. Waze edges ahead 5-4, seizing the upper hand. 2 in a row, under a second. Unreal, both players shred each other, but Glare survives by a thread to tie it 5-5. Waze strikes back to lead it 6-5. The underdog is definitely flipping the script today. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. He's defying the pre-match expectations by holding the lead over the favorite. Glare wins 54% of their head-to-head history, but Waze is currently the one in control. Side swap, fresh start. Waze holds a slim 7-6 lead over Glare. Sub-second reaction there to snap that run. Glare levels the playing field at 7-7. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. Waze rank 26 on the ladder is feeling the heat. Waze snaps the run with a clean hit, tying this up at 8-8. Waze is sitting just 3 spots behind him on the ladder. Glare surges ahead to make it 9-8. Waze rank 26 on the ladder is fighting a tough slope. Wow, a total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 10-8. Another survive by a thread for him. Waze claws back to keep it 10-9. Clean hit to keep this within 1. Glare is pulling away now. He's putting a real gap between himself and Waze as we head into the final stretch. He snaps that streak and reaches match point, making it 12-9. The pre-match favorite is struggling to find a response. Boom! A total scrap that he barely survives to take the map. He just kept surviving those scrap fights, scraping through 3 times with almost nothing left. Waze fought hard. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Noir and Glare take on Redline with the favorite facing a tough test today. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head with 363 rounds won, but that history is clashing with current form. Noir has won their last 4 meetings, including a convincing victory just a few matches ago. The question is whether Glare can reclaim that historical edge today. Noir edges ahead 2-1 as Glare fights back. The higher rated player on the ladder is starting to push back. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. The favorite on the ladder is struggling to find an answer. Unreal Noir survives a total bloodbath with just 13 HP to make it 4-1, coming off that 13-5 win in their last meeting. Wow, Glare survives a total slugfest with just 14 HP to keep this comeback alive. Both players surviving on a sliver of health in back-to-back rounds. Glare catches him from the ramp for a clean win, snapping the streak to make it 4-3. Cleanest kill of the set so far. Glare has a 21-15 record in the last 24 hours, showing much stronger form today than Noir. Despite that momentum, Glare is struggling to close the gap against a player ranked lower on the ladder. The question is whether Glare can actually translate that daily form into a lead here. Noir pulls away to a 6-4 lead. The ladder favorites failing to put this one away. Glare doesn't miss, staying perfect to keep the comeback alive before the break. That was a blur, barely a second of action there. Noir and Glare sit locked at 6-6. This half played exactly how we expected, with neither player able to break away. Glare enters the second half carrying a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. Side swap, fresh. Noir naps the lead, making it 7-6. Fast reaction there, barely 2 seconds of action. The lower rated player on the ladder keeps holding his own. Noir extends the gap to 8-6, building a cushion. The ladder favorite is struggling to find a response. Glare doesn't take any damage here, showing great resilience to cut the lead to 8-7. Pure reaction time just over a second of action. Insane. Both players absolutely tear into each other, but he survives by a hair to make it 9-7. He shuts him down quickly, showing real resilience to keep this comeback moving at 9-8. Noir takes it from the ramp to push the lead back to 2. The rank 30 player continues to play spoiler here. Whoa, both players practically empty their clips in under 2 seconds, but he survives the chaos to make it 11-8. Glare is showing real grit, ending this one in a second without taking a hit to make it 11-9. Noir takes this without taking a hit, putting him at match point. The underdog is just 1 away from the upset. Boom! He wins the trade-off on the ramp to take the map 13-9. He just couldn't find the answer today. Noir scrapes through 3 times on a sliver of health to secure the up. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Waze are heading to Dunes for a close match where the favorite faces a tough test. Noir leads the head-to-head record 400-347, but the momentum shifted after Waze took their most recent meeting. Now Waze is leaning on a better win rate on this map to keep the pressure on. The question is whether Noir can flip the script here. Whoa, a total scrap where both players nearly emptied their clips, but Noir survives the chaos to make it 2-1. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Noir. Coming off a 13-9 win against Glare. Waze snaps the run with a clean kill, bringing it to 3-2. The rank 26 player is fighting to pull ahead here. Noir pulls ahead again to make it 4-2. The slight favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Waze claws back to keep it 4-3. Pure speed, that kill was over in under a second. Waze has completely flipped the script, taking a lead for the first time today. He's coming off a 2016 run over the last day. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Waze to take a 5-4 lead. Noir ends the run with a 1-second burst, tying this up at 5-5. Waze rank 26 on the ladder, can't shake him. Noir strikes back to edge ahead at 6-5. The slight favorite is struggling to hold his ground. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite Noir unable to pull away. Both players traded 3-round streaks to keep this dead even heading into the switch. Side swap time to break the tie. Noir regains the edge, pushing it to 7-6. Waze rank 26 on the ladder, can't find the answer. Noir is playing like the favorite today, but his 14-22 record over the last 24 hours shows he's been struggling across the board. He's fighting against a poor run of form to build this lead. The question is if Waze can find the answer before this slips away. Total deadlock. Noir and Waze sit tight at 8-8. Fast reflex check, another one under 2 seconds. Unreal. A total bloodbath that leaves him with only 25 HP, but that's 3 in a row for Waze. Noir breaks the run to tie this up at 9-9. Fast reset, a 1-second burst to bring this right back to even. Noir edges ahead, 10-9, seizing the crucial lead. The slight favorite is starting to slide. Waze levels it up. We're deadlocked at 10-10. Insane speed, that kill was over in less than a second. These rounds are ending in a blink. Neither player is getting a second chance to react today. Noir doesn't take a single hit to break that streak, moving to match point at 12-10. The slight favorite is sliding at the worst possible time. Waze denies the finish with a sub-second burst, keeping himself alive at 12-11. The slight favorite is refusing to let this slip. Boom. A blink. And you miss it, kill, to tie it at 12-12. We are headed to overtime. Noir takes the lead in overtime. He's fighting to keep his historical edge over Waze alive here. Clean break. No damage taken to reclaim the lead. They're trading blows in the blink of an eye. We are completely deadlocked in the first overtime. Noir is clawing his way back to that historical lead. He just needs one more to seal the deal. Boom. He deletes him in under a second without taking a hit to reach match point. Absolute shutout. He didn't even let him breathe. Game over. He catches him instantly to close the map. He manages to pull through in overtime despite Waze having the edge on this map. Noir keeps that historical lead alive. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone. Glare and Waze face off on the arena where the favorite meets. A tough challenge today. Whoa, a total slugfest. Waze scrapes through that one with just 21 HP left to lead one. Glare holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term edge is showing up now, especially since Glare also took their most recent beating 13-9. The question is whether Waze can break that pattern today. Glare surges ahead, claiming a 2-1 lead. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Waze fights back to tie it up at 2-2. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Waze is really starting to pull away here, taking 3 in a row to seize the lead. 2 in a row, both ending in under 2 seconds. Pure deadlock now as Glare and Waze sit at 3-3. Waze entered as the slight favorite despite the long-term H2H gap. Glare edges back on top, making it 4-3. Barely a second of action in that one. He's on fire. That's 3 in a row for Glare, and he didn't even take a hit. He's coming off a 2016 run over the last day. Waze snaps the run with a clean hit, cutting the lead to 5-4. Under a second for that kill. Waze entered this one as the slight favorite, but the scoreline is reflecting the reality of the ladder. Glare sits higher in our rating and is now using that edge to build a cushion. We'll see if Waze can bridge that gap before halftime. Glare leads 7-5. This half tracks the pre-match expectations with the favorite holding a thin lead. Glare used a 3-round streak to build this cushion. The Waze stays within striking distance. Side swap. Let's see the reset. Both players land hits in a frantic scramble, but Waze digs deep to keep the comeback alive at 7-6. Insane, he's just surviving everything today. Glare pushes it to 8-6 and regains some breathing room. He's coming off a 19-17 day himself. Glare extends the gap to 9-6 with that kill. Waze doesn't even take a hit here, showing real resilience to pull it back to 9-7. Glare hits 10, putting Waze in a deep hole, mirroring that 13-9 result from their last meeting. Waze refuses to go away, ending that exchange in under a second without taking a hit. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 2 in a row as he claws back into this. The slight favorite is finally flipping the script here. Glare shuts down that comeback attempt just as Waze was starting to put on the pressure. A bit more of a drawn-out fight that time. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point at 12-9. 2 clean kills in a row for him. Wow, he doesn't take a hit. Waze stays resilient and keeps this fight alive at 12-10. A clean exchange to keep the deficit at 2. Another clean hit for Waze, who refuses to let this game slip away at 12-11. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit to make it 3 in a row, forcing overtime at 12-12. Boom! Glare shuts him down without taking a single hit to win the match 13. Wow, a huge stop to seal the deal. Unreal. Glare survives a total bloodbath with only 8 HP left to make it 14-2. Hard stopping scramble to keep the lead. Waze doesn't take a single hit, showing incredible resilience to make it 14-13. Boom! Glare wins the duel to take the map 15. A clean finish to wrap it all up. Solid exchange to close the book on this one. Waze isn't folding, taking this one without a scratch to keep the comeback alive. A clean... Boom! Glare shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map. 16-14. He just couldn't find the finish in overtime despite playing way above his usual rank today. Waze put up a hell of a fight. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare face off on Fast Aim, where the favorite meets a tough challenge. Noir has won 4 of their last 5 meetings, completely flipping the script on this matchup. Glare holds the overall lead in their history, but he struggled to get a result against Noir lately. The question is if Glare can reclaim that old edge today. Another one. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row to lead 3-0. The favorite is putting on a clinic here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Noir. The higher rated player can't find an answer here. He absorbs a hit, but recovers instantly. That's 5 in a row for Noir. The rank 23 player can't find a way back in here. He takes a couple of hits, but finishes the job. 6 in a row for Noir. Glare snaps the streak with a sub-second kill, making it 6-2. He's the higher rated player on the ladder today. Glare takes him from the ramp. He's putting together a real run here to close the gap. He's played over 5,000 matches in this league. He keeps the momentum alive. That's 3 in a row for Glare to make it 6-3. Coming off a strong 70% run in his last 10 games. He knocks him off the ramp. That's 4 in a row for Glare as he claws back into this. The slight favorite's finally asserting himself. Noir shuts him down without taking a hit to make it 7-4 before the break. That's a clean stop to wrap the half. Noir leads 8-4 at the break. This match is the pre-match read as Noir continues to hold the edge on this map. Glare put up a fight with a 4-round streak, but he can't close the gap yet. Side swap. Glare needs a Noir is showing a 15-21 record over the last 24 hours, but he's found his best form against this specific opponent. He's already beaten Glare once today in their previous match, and that confidence is carrying over into the scoreline. The question is whether Glare can flip the script before this slips away. Glare takes it from the ramp. He's fighting to keep this within reach as Noir pulls away. He's the higher ranked player on the ladder today. Noir knocks him off the ramp. He's putting some serious distance between himself and Glare now. Glare has the overall lead in their history, but it's not showing. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Glare takes him from the ramp. He's chipping away at this lead, bringing it back to 11-8. Glare, ranked 23 on the ladder, is fighting back. He catches him from the ramp for a clean kill, making it 3 in a row. Coming off a 16-14 win against Waze earlier today. Unreal. He takes another without taking a hit, making it 4 straight as he refuses to let this match slip. Pure precision, not even taking a scratch in that exchange. Boom. He keeps it rolling with 5 in a row to pull within 1. Man, he's completely erased that lead. Unreal. He takes it from the ramp to tie this up at 11-11, completing a 6-round surge after trailing by 6. Noir shuts him down in under a second without taking a hit. Match point. Complete shutdown of that comeback attempt. Wow. Noir takes it from the ramp to close the map 13-11. He just barely held on. Glare almost pulled off the miracle comeback, but Noir stays ahead in the head-to-head. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Waze face off on orange, where the favorite faces a tough challenge. Noir holds a 401-347 lead in their head-to-head history, and he just beat Waze in their most recent meeting. This matchup feels like a continuation of that trend, especially as Waze enters this game on a 3-match losing streak. We have to see if Waze can actually flip the script here. Noir leads 2-1. Waze is fighting to stay alive, coming off a 13-11 win against Glare just now. Wow, that was a blink and you miss it round. Waze is reacting faster than anything we've seen so far. Waze surges ahead 3-2 to seize the lead. He's flipping the script after 3 straight losses recently. Deadlocked at 3-3. Noir and Waze are perfectly matched. Quick reaction there. Noir shuts it down in under 2 seconds. Noir is starting to pull away here, taking 2 in a row to reclaim the lead. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Waze claws back to tie it up at 4-4. Waze actually holds a higher rating on the ladder. Waze edges ahead 5-4 with a clutch play. The ladder has him ranked 1 spot higher than Noir. And again, 3 in a row for Waze, who now leads 6-4. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. That's 4 in a row for Waze, who takes a 7-4 lead before the break. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. Waze leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the odds here, utilizing a 4-round streak to put the favorite on the back foot. Waze's 47% win rate on orange is showing through as we head into the second half. Side swap, fresh start. Both players hit hard, but Noir survives the exchange to keep fighting back. Barely survived that one with 49 HP left. Pure survival instinct, take 2 in a row. Unreal, both players trade everything in a total bloodbath, but he survives by a thread to make it 8-6. Insane, he's hanging on by a thread with 21 HP. Waze is sitting on a 19-17 record over the last 24 hours, while Noir has struggled significantly more today. That momentum is carrying over here, allowing the underdog to push the lead further. The question now is whether Noir can find a way to break this run. Boom, he doesn't take a single point of damage to make it. 4 in a row. The ladder has him ranked just 1 spot higher than Noir. Noir snaps the run with a clean hit, taking no damage in under a second. Noir is chipping away at this lead, turning the tide with a quick 3-round swing. Waze is struggling to shake a 3-match losing streak. Unreal. He takes no damage to make it 3 in a row, continuing this climb after being down 5. Waze shuts him down without taking a hit, bringing the score to 9-12 for match point. Quick reaction there to stop the momentum shift. Game over. Both players trade heavy damage, but Waze comes out on top to take the map. He finally breaks that losing streak and gets 1 back over Noir, barely scraped through twice under 30 HP to seal it. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Waze face off on red line to see who comes out on top. Glare holds a 261, 221 lead in their all-time head-to-head. He also took their most recent meeting, so the psychological edge is firmly on his side right now. The question is whether Waze can flip the script today. Glare catches him right on the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Waze entered this one as the slight favorite. Glare dominates the series, sitting comfortably at 3-1. Insane speed. That's 2 in a row, under 2 seconds. Whoa, he almost lets it slip. Glare survives a total bloodbath to make it 3 in a row. Unreal. He's walking away with just 21 HP. Glare wins the duel from the ramp, keeping the streak alive at 4. Waze is struggling here after that 13-9 win against Noir. Waze snaps the run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 5-2. A tight gap on the ladder between these two. Waze doesn't miss a shot, taking 2 in a row to chip away at that lead. The favorite is finally starting to push. Boom, he picks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. He's playing exactly like the favorites right now. Unreal here raises the deficit entirely, making it 4 in a row to tie this up, 5-5. Lightning fast, that's another 1 under 2 seconds. Glare halts the slide and reclaimed the lead before the break, making it 6-5. Lightning fast, just 1.3 seconds to end that run. 6 at the half. This is tracking with expectations, though. Both players traded identical 4-round runs to keep it dead even. Glare holds a 54% all-time head-to-head lead, but Waze is refusing to give an inch here. Glare edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the momentum. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Noir just now. Glare takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 8-6. The ladder has these two separated by only 2 spots. Waze claws back another one, showing real resilience to keep this close at 8-7. Refusing to let the favorites' lead grow too large. Glare takes him from the ramp to push his lead to 9-7. Glare is playing like the better of these two on the ladder. Glare has been 2016 in the last 24 hours and is playing with that same confidence right now. He's already beaten Waze once today in a tight contest, so he knows exactly how to close this out. We'll see if Waze can find a way to disrupt this run. Wow, he survives by a threat from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. Insane. That's the second time he's walked away with under 30 HP. Glare is pulling away here. He's really putting the pressure on Waze as he pushes this lead to 3. Clean kill for Waze, who stays resilient to bring this within 2 at 11-9. The slight favorite is refusing to go away here. He breaks the run with another win, continuing this gritty climb back into the game. 2 fast kills in a row to keep this within 1. Glare shuts him down from the ramp to reach match point. Fast reflex, just 1.7 seconds to snap that run. Unreal, he survives with just 14 HP to take the map. He just couldn't close the gap. Despite that huge push, Glare keeps that head-to-head lead intact with a grit and grind win. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare face off on Mapas, with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Glare leads the head-to-head with 363 wins over Noir. He typically has the upper hand in this rivalry, and he's coming in with a better record over the last 24 hours. The question is whether Noir can flip the script like he did in their last meeting. He keeps it rolling, 3 in a row for Glare. The favorite is holding his ground early. Both players hit everything, but he outlasts the exchange to make it 4 in a row. Rank 23 on the ladder, asserting himself early. Wow, a total scrap where he survives with just 15 HP to make it 5 straight. He's coming off a strong 13-10 win against Waze. Noir snaps that run, bringing the score to 1-5. Quick exchange there, just over 3 seconds. Noir has a 47% win rate on this map, but he's playing much better than those numbers suggest right now. He's already beaten Glare once today, and this 3-round run shows he can handle the pressure. The question is if he can keep this pace and fully erase the lead. Unreal. A total bloodbath where Noir barely survives with 13 HP to pull it back to 3-6. Glare holds the momentum to push it to 7-3. Quick reflex win, gone in under 2 seconds. Noir claws one back to make it 4-7. Glare's 21-15 run over the last day, keeping him steady here. Noir 5, Glare 7. The underdog is currently on pace for an upset, though Noir kept it close with 2 narrow escapes. Glare is leveraging his 54% win rate on Mapas to keep the lead heading into the switch. Side swap, let's see the response. Glare pulls ahead again, extending it to 8-5. Gone in under a second. The favorite asserting himself after Noir's brief surge. Glare strikes again to push his lead to 9-5. The rank 23 player reclaiming control here. A brutal scrap where both players trade heavy damage, but he survives to make it 3 in a row. Noir rank 30 on the ladder is sliding here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Glare. Favorite making this look easy today. Untouched. He makes it 5 in a row and reaches match point. Barely a second of resistance there. Boom. He closes it out with 6 straight to take the map. That head-to-head record is no fluke. Glare just continues to have Noir's number on this map. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Noir and Waze are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Noir leads the head-to-head record with 401 wins over Waze, but that history is clashing with current form. Waze actually beat Noir in their very last meeting and he's looking to make it 2 in a row here. The question is whether Noir can reclaim his usual edge. Noir holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. Waze entered as the slight favorite today. These rounds are over in a blink. Waze just wiped that lead away in a second. 1 second, that was basically a blur. Waze surges ahead, taking a 3-2 grip on this. Noir's coming off a top 5-13 loss to Glare earlier today. Wow. A total slugfest. He barely survives with a sliver of health to make it 3 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Waze. Boom! Noir snaps that run with a clean kill to bring it to 3-5. 1 second flat. He didn't give him time to breathe. Noir is sitting at a 15-21 record over the last 24 hours, and that struggle is carrying over into this series. He's fighting an uphill battle against someone who's been more consistent throughout the day. The real test is whether Noir can break this slide before the halftime break. Noir doesn't take a single hit, making it 2 in a row as he claws back before the break. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. Noir entered as the clear favorite, but he's struggling to keep pace here. Waze used a 4-round streak to put himself in a great spot to pull off the upset. Side swap, fresh start. Doesn't take a single hit in under a second, showing real resilience to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is refusing to stay down. He doesn't take a hit in a half-second burst, tying this up at 7-7. Unreal. He takes the lead at 8-7, completing a 3-round tier to erase that early deficit. He doesn't take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Noir, who's now leading 9-7. The pre-match favorite is now completely on his heels. Waze answers back quickly to keep this close at 9-8. Waze, ranked 27 on the ladder, is keeping this very tight. Waze levels it up. We're deadlocked at 9-9. Took nearly 2 seconds to settle that one. Waze breaks that run and takes 3 in a row to lead 10-9. He's playing like he did in that 13-9 win earlier today. Fights through the damage to break that run, tying this up at 10-10. A drawn-out fight to bring this back to a deadlock. Waze keeps trading blows here, refusing to let Noir settle into any kind of lead. Waze snaps that run with a clean hit, putting himself at match point. The slight favorite is now just a kill away. What a scrap. Both players trade heavy hits in a 2-second war, but Noir survives to keep this comeback alive. Game over. Waze wins the duel in under a second to take the map. He just keeps getting the better of Noir lately, snapping that huge head-to-head lead. He really had to work for that. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Glare and Waze meet on fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Glare catches him right off the ramp to take the lead. He's coming off a 13-10 win against him just now. Glare picks him right off the ramp to keep this quick start going. The slight favorite can't find an answer yet. He deletes him from the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The ladder has them close, but the head-to-head favors him. Waze trades shots on the ramp and wins, showing some fight to make it 3-1. The slight favorite finally finds his footing. He doesn't even take damage on this one, showing real resilience to make it 3-2. That's a lightning fast kill to pull this right back. Glare has a 54% win rate over Waze across hundreds of meetings. He's playing into that historical edge right now, especially since he's coming off a 21-15 run in the last 24 hours. We'll see if Waze can break that pattern here. Waze doesn't take a hit and levels the score at 4-4, continuing his climb back into this. He takes the lead. 3 in a row for Waze as he erases that early deficit. The slight favorite is finally taking control of the server. He shuts that down instantly to tie it up at 5-5. There was a blink and you miss it kill to reset the server. Unreal. He survives with just 11 HP to take this from the ramp and break the streak. Waze is struggling to flip the script on the favorite here. Glare leads 7-5. This is playing out as expected, with the favorite holding a slim edge. Despite a 3-round run from Waze, Glare's 54% head-to-head win rate is showing through in these close exchanges. Side swap, fresh start. Waze deletes him from the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this resilient climb back. Cleanest kill of the set so far. He knocks him off the ramp to tie it up at 7-7, continuing this gritty climb back. The slight favorite is officially back in the driver's seat. Glare takes it from the ramp to put a bit of breathing room between them. Coming off a 13-5 win against Noir earlier today. Waze wipes him out in a second without taking a scratch, tying it up at 8-8. He snaps on him without taking a hit, taking the lead 9-8 as the comeback continues. The slight favorite is finally playing like... Wow, a total bloodbath. He survives with just 10 HP to make it 3 in a row. Insane. He just refused to go down in that one. Glare answers back to bring the score to 9-10. Waze is fighting to protect that slight favorite status. Glare locks it down to make it 10-all. Waze is currently fighting to overcome his 19-17 run from today. Boom! He doesn't even take a hit to make it 3 in a row and take the lead 11-10. Waze picks him off the ramp to tie it up at 11-11, showing real grit in this comeback. Our slight favorite is refusing to let this slip away. He doesn't take a single hit to snap the streak and reach match point. Total shutdown. He didn't even let him breathe. Unreal, he survives with just 13 HP and a total bloodbath to win 3 straight and take the map. He just barely scraped through those low HP scrambles to flip the script on Glare. Waze finally breaks that head-to-head slump. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Noir and Glare face off on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head 364-252, and he's carrying that confidence into today after beating Noir 13-5 in their most recent meeting. While the ladder places Glare higher, Noir actually has the historical edge on this specific map. The question is if that map familiarity can offset Glare's current momentum. Whoa. A total bloodbath. He barely escapes with his life to make it 2-1. Unreal is him in under a second to make it 3 in a row. He doesn't even take damage. That's 4 in a row for Noir. The favorite is feeling every bit of that ladder gap right now. Insane. Both players trade heavy damage in a blur, but Glare survives by a thread to make it 4-2. Both players have now survived a near-death encounter today. Noir is coming into this session with a 14-22 record over the last day. He just lost 3 straight matches before this one, so this lead is a welcome change of pace. We have to see if he can maintain this momentum against a higher rated opponent. He doesn't take a single hit in under a second, keeping this comeback alive for Glare. Wow, a total slugfest. He survives with just 14 HP to tie it 5-5 and keep the streak rolling. A messy exchange of fire, but Noir comes out on top to make it 6-5 before the break. Frantic scramble, but he holds on to wrap the half. Noir and Glare are locked at 6-6. This is playing out exactly as expected, with neither man gaining a real edge. Glare's 59% all-time head-to-head lead hasn't helped him pull away yet. He shows real resilience here, snapping the run to take a 7-6 lead. The ladder favorite is finally starting to pull away. He snaps the run with a quick exchange to make it 2 in a row. The ladder favorite is asserting his place in the top quartile. Boom. He makes it 3 in a row, erasing the early deficit to lead 9-6. He absorbs some heavy fire, but clears the exchange to make it 4 in a row. He's just completely shut him down since the half. 5 in a row. He keeps the momentum surging to lead 11-6. Exactly how it went in their last 13-5 encounter. Noir snaps that run with a clean hit to make it 7-11. Rank 30 on the ladder, refusing to go quietly. Noir is clawing his way back. A 3-round swing has completely flipped the energy of this set. Another clean hit. He makes it 3 in a row, continuing this climb after that early deficit. He doesn't take a single hit to stop the climb, putting Glare at match point. The favorite shuts the door right when it mattered. He doesn't take a single hit to keep this comeback alive, bringing it to 10-12. He snaps the run with another win, showing incredible resilience to make it 11-12. Boom! He takes it from the box to complete the comeback and win the map. He overcomes the map disadvantage to hold on to that lead. Noir really pushed him to the limit here. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Noir and Waze take on Redline today to see who comes out on top. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head, 401, 349, but that historical edge feels distant right now. Waze just beat him in their most recent meeting and the momentum has clearly shifted in his favor. The question is whether Noir can actually snap this cold streak. Noir edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Waze. He's fighting to shake off a 4-loss streak in recent form. Waze picks him off the ramp to even things up. We've got a deadlock here. Waze is playing like the higher rated guy on the ladder here. Waze catches Noir right off the ramp and this match is moving fast. Pure speed there, ending it in under 2 seconds. Noir picks him off the ramp to take a 1-round lead here. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Glare earlier today. Waze grabs the lead for free as Noir falters. Another quick trade gone in under 2 seconds. Waze takes him from the ramp to extend the lead. He's really starting to pull away here. Gone in just over a second. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze to make it 6-3. Noir's been struggling, going 14-22 over the last day. Wow, a total slugfest that almost went both ways, but he survives with a sliver of health to make it 4 in a row. Noir knocks him off the ramp to break the run before the break. Wraps up the first half with a clean trade. Waze leads 8-4 at the break. The underdog is defying the historical trend here, as Noir's 53% all-time head-to-head edge means nothing right now. Noir looks lost while Waze controls the pace. Side swap time for a Waze snipes him off the ramp. He's really pulling ahead here, making this look like a huge upset. Waze is playing like the ranked 26 guy on the ladder. Waze is currently 19-17 in the last 24 hours, and that positive momentum is carrying him straight through this series. He's already beaten Noir once today, making the second win in a row feel like a complete takeover. Now the question is if Noir can even find a way back. He wipes him out without taking a hit. 4 in a row puts Waze on match point. Boom! He cleans him up without taking a scratch to take the map. He just completely flipped the script on the head-to-head history. Noir had no answer for that speed today. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze face off on Mappas, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Whoa! A total bloodbath. Glare barely survives that exchange to take the first round one. Insane. Both players shred each other in a wild trade, but Waze barely scrapes through to tie at 1-1. Waze is riding a 3-win streak into this one. Glare leads the head-to-head 262-222 over the course of their history. He has historically owned this matchup, and that edge is showing up here on a map where Waze typically struggles. The question is whether Waze can flip the script like he did in their last meeting. Glare holds a slim 3-2 lead as we reset. It was a lightning-fast exchange to reclaim the lead. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. Waze is riding a 3-win streak in his last 10 overall. Waze edges ahead 4-3 after a clutch play, coming off a strong 13-4 win against Noir. Deadlocked at 4-4. Glare and Waze are perfectly matched. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Waze is pulling ahead here, defying the odds in a matchup where Glare is usually the favorite. Gone in less than 2 seconds. Total deadlock at 5-5 as Glare and Waze reset. Coming off a 13-5 win here an hour ago. Waze grabs the lead, 6-5 with that clean kill. The underdog is really challenging the pre-match expectations here. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying the script here, especially since Glare holds a 54% win rate on this map. Glare has survived a few scrapes, but Waze is the one controlling the pace. Side swap, fresh start. Waze maintains a tight 1-round cushion at 7-6. He's currently ranked 23 on the ladder. Waze is sitting on a 3-win streak in his last 10 overall, showing a level of consistency that is surprising given his historical struggles here. He has already beaten Glare in their most recent meeting and he's playing with that same confidence now. The question is if Glare can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Waze pushes it to 9-7, widening the gap. Barely a second pass before that one was over. Neither player can hold the lead for more than 1 round. We're seeing a complete deadlock here. Waze extends his grip to 10-8 over Glare. Both players are sitting comfortably in the mid-20s on the ladder. Glare strikes back to make it 9-10. He's currently sitting at rank 23 on the ladder. Glare's just erased that lead. We are completely tied up as this match heads toward the wire. 2 quick ones in a row to bring it level. Unreal, he survives on just 8 HP to make it 3 in a row, 11-10. Living on the edge with that low health survive. Wow, he survives a total slugfest with barely anything left. That's 4 straight and he has match point. He's just refusing to go down, surviving another one on a sliver. He snaps that run right at the finish line, keeping this alive at 12-11. The slight favorite is fighting to stay in this. Boom! Waze breaks the streak and forces a deadlock at 12-12. We're headed to overtime. Waze is carrying a strong 3-win streak into the extra blocks. Waze shuts down that run and makes it 3 in a row, 12-13. The underdog is flipping the script once again. Unreal, Glare survives a total war of attrition on a sliver of health to tie it 13-13. Wow, he just barely held on to force this tie. Wow, that was instant. Glare is moving fast now, taking 2 in a row to reclaim the lead. absolute perfection. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 straight and reach match point. Cleanest round of the match right there. Boom, boom. He shuts the door without taking a single hit to take the map. He just kept surviving those scrapes when it mattered most, barely escaping 4 times to hold on in overtime. Waze really pushed him. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare are facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to secure the win. Glare holds the overall head-to-head edge with 365 wins over Noir. He also took their most recent meeting in a close one, meaning Noir is fighting against a historical pattern here. The question is whether Noir can keep this early lead. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Noir. Opposite of that 4-13 loss he just had against Waze. Glare answers back with a clean kill, refusing to let Noir pull further ahead at 3-1. The favorite finally finds some footing here. Wow, a total scrap where he barely survives with 15 HP. He's showing real resilience here. 2 quick ones for the favorite to close the gap. Noir pushes it to 4-2, regaining the upper hand. Noir shaking off that 4-13 loss to Waze. A total slugfest where both players trade heavy damage, but Glare survives the scrap to make it 4-3. Pure chaos for 2 rounds straight. Glare is currently 21-15 in the last 24 hours, showing much stronger form than Noir. Despite that, the ladder shows Noir at rank 30 compared to Glare at 23, and the scoreline is actually favoring the lower rated player. It is a surprising shift in momentum for this match. A messy exchange, but he wins the fight to tie it at 5-5. The favorite is finally asserting that ladder advantage. Keeps it rolling with 3 straight, erasing that early deficit just before the break. Quickest kill of the match so far. Noir 5. Glare 7, the underdog, is currently pushing for the upset, defying the pre-match expectations. Glare's 59% head-to-head win rate is showing here as he holds a slim lead, heading into the side switch. Sides swap, fresh start. Both players land hits, but he wins the trade to extend the lead to 8-5. Glare, ranked 23 on the ladder, is taking control here. Both players bleed out in a heavy exchange, but he survives to make it 9-5. Another fast kill to push the lead to... Both players land shots, but he survives the trade to make it 10-5-3 in a row. Noir snaps the run with a lightning fast kill, bringing it to 6-10. Boom, a sub-second reaction to halt that slide. Noir claws back to 7-10, staying in this. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to him just now. Unreal. Both players almost go down together in a bloodbath, but he survives by a hair to make it 3 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 straight for Noir, who's carving through a 5-round deficit. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Insane, he barely survives a total bloodbath to snap that run and make it 9-11. Whoa, he digs deep to survive with just 26 HP. A tough trade where Noir takes the damage but wins the fight to make it 10-11. The underdog is refusing to let this slip away. Glare digs in to hold the slide and reaches match point 10-12. The favorite is finally reclaiming the upper hand. Boom. He survives a chaotic exchange to erase the deficit and take the map. He just barely scraped through twice under 30 HP to keep that lead. Noir pushed him to the limit here. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Noir and Waze face off today with the favorite looking to secure another win. Noir holds a 401-350 lead in their all-time head-to-head. It is a surprising edge considering Waze just beat him in their most recent meeting. The question is whether Noir can turn that historical lead into a win today. Waze pushes ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the back foot. The favorite is holding his ground here. He doesn't even take damage on that one. 3 in a row for Waze, mirroring that 13-4 blowout from their last meeting. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Waze. The favorite is playing exactly to his rating here. Another clean one. That's 5 in a row for Waze, moving the lead to 5-1. Waze is currently sitting higher on the ladder. Finally, Noir breaks that run to make it 3-5. Hard for Noir to shake off that recent 6-loss streak. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 2 in a row as Noir claws back into this. Pure speed on that one, barely a second and a half. Unreal. He deletes him in under a second to make it 3 in a row. Wow, what a scrap. He survives on just 2 HP to hold that momentum. 4-6. Waze is currently sitting higher on the ladder. Noir has a 13-23 record in the last 24 hours, and that struggle is carrying over into this set. He is fighting an uphill battle against a player who entered this match as the clear favorite. The question is whether Noir can stop this slide before halftime. Waze leads 8-4 at the break. The underdog is defying the script here as Noir fails to live up to his favorite status. That 5-round streak from Waze puts Noir in a deep hole for the second half. Side swap. Noir needs a reset. Waze extends his grip, pulling ahead 9-4. Under a second on that one, just a blink. He's currently sitting at rank 26 on the ladder. Noir strikes back to keep it 5-9. Waze is just pulling further ahead here. Noir is fighting a steep hill to get this back. Noir is refusing to go away quietly, keeping this within reach despite the deficit. Waze wins the trade to reach match point, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. The favorite is simply too consistent today. Boom, he picks him off the box to take the map. He just had Noir's number today. That head-to-head lead doesn't mean a thing when you're playing like this. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Glare and Waze face off on Italy, with the favorite looking to keep the momentum. Glare leads the head-to-head with 263 wins over Waze. He also took their most recent meeting, so Waze is fighting to break a bit of a psychological trend here. The question is whether Glare can flip the script after that first round. Waze edges ahead 2-1, putting Glare on the back foot, coming off a strong 13-10 win over Noir earlier today. Wow, a complete bloodbath. Glare survives by a hair to tie it up to 2. Insane. He's surviving on just 20 HP. He snaps a 3-round run for Waze and keeps it rolling with 3 in a row. Fastest kill of the set, ending it in 1.2 seconds. Waze answers back instantly. A clean 1-second kill to tie it at 3-3. Waze regains the lead 4-3 with a clutch play. Under a second for the kill, just pure speed. Waze snaps the run and keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, moving to 5-3. Underdog flipping the script against the favorite here. Waze keeps it rolling with 4 in a row, extending the lead to 6-3. The favorite is really struggling to answer back here. Boom, Glare shuts that run down without taking a single hit, showing some real grit to make it 4-6. Glare holds a 53% win rate on this map, which is a significant gap over Waze's performance here. He is generally the favorite in this matchup and has the historical edge, but that hasn't translated to the scoreboard today. It's up to Glare to prove that his map experience matters more than Waze's current momentum. Waze leads 8-4 at the break. This is a total shock given Glare's 54% head-to-head advantage. The underdog is outplaying the favorite right now, leaving Glare fighting to avoid a major upset. Waze pushes it to 9-4, leaving Glare buried. He's currently ranked 26 on the ladder. Waze dominates this set, cruising to a 10-4 lead. A tight gap on the ladder, but he's playing like the superior seed. That was a blink and you miss it. Kill Glare is starting to speed up the pace here. Under a second for that kill. Waze is just refusing to let Glare get any traction here, keeping him buried in a deep hole. Unreal, he survives a total scrap with just 20 HP left to make it 6-11. Waze shuts him down fast to reach match point, leading 12-6. Fast response to shut down that flicker of hope. He catches him cold with a clean hit, keeping the dream alive at 7-12. Glare doesn't take a single hit to keep this alive, making it 8-12. 2 clean kills in a row to keep the pressure on. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He completely ignores the history books today to snap that head-to-head streak. Waze just takes it all on Italy. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare face off on fast aim, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Glare leads the head-to-head history with 366 wins over Noir. He also took their most recent meeting 13-10, and we are seeing that confidence carry over into this match. The question is whether Noir can use his map edge to flip the script. Glare takes him from the ramp to build a small lead early on. He's currently ranked 23 on the ladder. Glare takes him from the ramp. These rounds are over in a blink lately. Gone in under 2 seconds. Glare edges ahead 3-2 in a tight scrap. Coming off a tough 6-13 loss to Waze just now. Glare pushes it to 4-2, widening the gap. Whoa, that was practically instant. Noir pulls this right back. We're looking at a dead heat now. Our rank 30 player fighting to close that rating gap. Locked at 4-4. Noir has completely erased the lead. Under a second again, he's just flashing by him. A scrap on the ramp, but he wins the trade to make it 3 in a row. This slight favorite is suddenly under pressure. Unreal, he doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row. Glare wins the trade-off from the ramp to close the gap before the break. Clean kill to keep this within 1 before the break. Noir leads 7-5. This half tracks expectations, with the favorite holding a slim edge. He used a 4-round streak to flip the momentum and take control before the switch. Side swap, let's go! Glare takes him from the ramp and we are all squared up here. He's currently the more successful player over the last 10 games. Noir picks him off the ramp, pushing his lead too. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Noir grabs the lead 8-7 in a total nail-biter. A much slower exchange that time, taking over 4 seconds. Glare strikes back to tie it up at 8-8. Fast kill to keep the pressure on. Noir's picking up speed here, keeping the gap small as he fights to pull away. Boom, gone in under a second. Noir takes it from the ramp, putting some real distance between him and Glare here. Despite the rating gap, he's the one in control here. Insane. Glare survives a total war from the ramp with just 29 HP left. Barely escaped that one to keep the gap at 1. Noir picks him off the ramp, putting a 2-round cushion between them. Noir is flipping the script on his recent 7-loss streak. Noir catches him from the ramp to reach match point. Clean hit to put him in a deep hole. Glare refuses to go quietly, deleting him in under a second to keep this alive. Boom! A perfect shot to close it out, and Noir takes the match 13-10. He finally snaps that 7-game skid and gets one back over Glare. A huge mental win for Noir here. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Noir and Waze take on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough challenge today. Noir leads the lifetime head-to-head with 401 wins over Waze. While the latter favors Waze in the short term, the historical edge usually swings toward Noir in this specific pairing. It will be interesting to see if that long-term trend holds today. Noir pushes ahead 2-1, putting Waze under pressure. Waze enters this one as the latter favorite. Whoa. Half a second. These rounds are ending in a blink, and neither player is giving an inch. Waze fights back to lead it 3-2. He's playing like that 13-6 win in their last meeting. Another one. He makes it 3 in a row, taking a 4-2 lead. Noir answers back, quickly cutting the lead to 3-4. Waze rank 25 on the ladder, can't quite pull away. Waze has been 2016 in the last 24 hours, showing a level of consistency we aren't seeing from Noir today. That recent form is giving him a clear edge in confidence as he tries to widen this gap. The question is whether Noir can break this momentum before halftime. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with a sliver of health to make it 3 in a row. Noir snaps the run with a clean hit, making it 4-7 before the break. Waze leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the historical head-to-head trend and playing the role of the favorite here. Waze has the map edge with a 49% win rate on dunes and is using it to put Noir on the ropes. Side swap. Noir needs a reset. Noir answers back quickly, showing real resilience as he claws back to 6-7. Fastest exchange yet, just a blink and it's over. Waze pulls ahead 8-6, regaining some breathing room. Waze. Noir isn't backing down. He takes this one in under a second without taking a hit, bringing it to 7-8. He does it again. Noir snaps that streak and levels the score at 8-8. Boom! He doesn't even take a hit in under a second, making it 3 in a row. Waze halts the momentum, leveling the score at 9-9. Noir rank 30, can't find a way to pull ahead. Waze edges ahead 10-9, stealing the lead. Mirroring that 13-6 victory from their last encounter. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 10-10, showing incredible resilience. Wow, a total slugfest. He survives the chaos to take the lead 11-10. Tense exchange, but he holds on with just 36 health. Another one. He makes it 3 in a row to hit match point, completing a huge climb after trailing by 4. Game over. He closes it out with 4 straight to complete the comeback and take the map. That historical edge finally paid off. He ignores the ladder rankings and the map stats to pull off the upset, hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze face off on orange in a match where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head 263-223 over the long term, though Waze took their most recent meeting in a convincing win. Glare is playing for a bounce back after 2 straight losses today. The question is if he can turn that historical edge into a lead here. Glare pushes ahead 2-1 to seize the momentum. Whoa, less than a second for that kill. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath with just 14 HP to make it 3-1. Waze entered this as the slight favorite. Waze claws back to make it 3-2. He's coming off that 13-8 win in their last meeting. Glare extends his lead to 4-2. Glare playing for a better result than his 21-15 day so far. Waze keeps this one tight. Neither player is letting the other build any real distance here. Rank 26 on the ladder, refusing to back down. Waze fights back to lock it up at 4-4. 2 fast kills in a row to wipe out that lead. Glare edges back in front. 5-4. Waze coming off a 19-17 day of his own. Total deadlock. Every time one of them gains a step, the other just shuts it down immediately. Waze surges ahead 6-5 to take the lead. That's 2 fast kills in a row for him. Waze leads 7-5 at the break. Glare entered as the clear favorite, but he's struggling to keep pace after Waze put together a 3-round run. The underdog is playing well enough to pull off the upset here. Side swap, fresh start. Insane. He survives a chaotic exchange with just 14 HP to bring it to 6-7. That's another narrow escape for him to... Glare levels it up with deadlocked at 7-7. 2 fast wins to bring this back to a deadlock. Boom. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row to lead 8-7. The slight favorite is suddenly on the ropes. Waze shuts him down without taking a hit, tying it up at 8-8. Fast reaction to keep this totally deadlocked. Glare breaks the tie to lead 9-8. Under a second for that kill. Waze answers right back to make it 9-9. Waze rank 26 on the ladder, keeping this perfectly level. Glare pulls ahead again. This match is just a series of alternating wins at this point. Absolute chaos. Glare and Waze are tied 10-10. Another sub-second kill to keep things perfectly even. Glare is starting to pull away. If he can put 2 together here, he closes the door on Waze. Both players straight heavy hits, but Glare comes out on top to reach match point. Tough break for the slight favorite to drop 2 in a row. Takes a lot of damage, but manages to fight through, keeping the match alive at 12-11. Pure grit to fight through that damage and stay alive. Waze snaps the streak and forces a deadlock at 12-12. This is headed to overtime. Absolute deadlock heading into the extra frames. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit to take this series. Capping a 3-round run for the win. Pure dominance to close it out. Waze snaps the streak with a clean kill, taking 4 in a row to lead 14-12. Unreal, he claws back a victory in a total bloodbath, surviving with only 15 HP. Waze doesn't take a single hit to put himself on match point, 15-13. Just a blink and the round was over. boom. He wipes him out in less than a second to take the map. He just couldn't close it out in overtime. Glare survived a few bloodbaths, but that final run was too much hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Noir and Glare face off on Mapas, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Glare leads the head-to-head 366-253 over the long term. But that history is clashing with a very rough stretch of form. Noir has won their last 4 meetings, including a victory just moments ago. The question is whether Glare can flip the switch before this gets away from him. Unreal, he doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Glare enters this one on a 3-game slide. Another clean win for Noir. That's 4 in a row without taking a hit. The favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Finally, Glare snaps the streak with a blink and you miss it kill. The higher rated player on the ladder finally makes a move. Not backing down, another clean win for Glare to make it 4-2. The ladder favorite is finally asserting himself. Keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Glare as he closes back into this. Just a hair over 2 seconds to erase that lead.
Wow, he trades a chunk of health but secures the kill, erasing the deficit to tie it 4-4.
The ladder favorite has completely flipped the script. Insane. He barely survives a total bloodbath to make it 5 in a row and take the lead. Absolute chaos, but he keeps coming out on top. Noir halts the run and brings this back to a deadlock at 5-5. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him just now. Whoa, a total scrap where he barely hangs on to take the lead before the break. Another survival by a threat to wrap the half. 6. It's 6 at the break. This is tracking exactly as expected for two closely matched players. Glare used his 54% map win rate to fight back from an early deficit, keeping this tide heading into the switch. Fresh start for both. Insane. He survives a total scrap by a thread to take a 7-6 lead, coming off a tough 13-16 loss to Waze earlier. Both take a hit, but he secures the kill to tie it 7-7, showing real resilience. Unreal. He survives a total slugfest by a thread to take the lead 8-7. The ladder favorite is really struggling to find a way back. Noir is on a 3-game win streak against Glare, taking their last 4 meetings. This shift in momentum is stark when you consider Glare is currently on a 3-match losing skid. The question is whether Glare can stop this slide before Noir puts the match away. Breaks the streak and ties it at 9-9, continuing this gutsy climb back into the match. 2 quick kills in a row to force this deadlock. Boom. It doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, continuing this climb. Pure dominance. He doesn't take a hit to make it 4 straight, continuing this climb. He survives a messy exchange to make it 5 straight. Match point for Glare. The ladder favorite is finally taking control. Game over. He closes out 6 in a row to complete the comeback and take the map. He finally stops the bleeding and snaps that losing skid. Noir fought him every step of the way, but he just couldn't hold that momentum. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We're on Italy as Noir takes on Waze with the favorite facing a tough test. Noir holds a 402-351 lead in their head-to-head history. He's usually the one with the edge in this matchup, and that familiarity seems to be outweighing the current rankings. The question is whether Waze can break that pattern today. Waze grabs a 2-1 lead, putting Noir on pressure. Waze is playing like the favorite. Wow, a total slugfest where both players nearly emptied their clips. He scrapes by to make it 3 in a row. Noir answers back quickly to keep it 3-2. That was a blink, and you miss it kill. Noir levels it up, we're deadlocked at 3-3. That was basically an instant kill. Waze edges ahead 4-3 with a clutch play. The favorite is asserting himself here. Waze has a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. He's carrying that momentum into this set, contrasting sharply with Noir's recent struggle to close out series. The question is whether Noir can snap this slide before the gap widens. He doesn't miss. That's 4 in a row for Waze, leaving Noir with a 3-7 deficit. 5 in a row for Waze, who takes a commanding lead right before the break. Another blink, and you miss it kill to close the half. Waze leads 8-4. The underdog is flipping the script here, completely ignoring the historical edge Noir usually holds. That 5-round streak puts Noir in a deep hole heading into the second half. Sides swap. Noir needs a reset. Noir fights back, cutting the lead to 5-8. 2 quick ones in a row for him. Waze ranked 25 on the ladder is feeling the pressure now. Unreal, they both practically empty their magazines in 2 seconds, but Waze scrapes through with just 20 HP. Waze stays clear at 9-6 after that scramble. Noir is coming off a 13-10 win against him recently. Breaks the streak with another win, showing real resilience to pull this back to 7-9. The clear favorite is starting to look vulnerable. He absorbs a few hits, but fires back to win it. That's 3 in a row. The ladder favorite is finally feeling the heat. Waze shuts him down without taking a hit, moving to a 10-8 lead. Clean finish there, not a single hit taken. Waze is pulling away here. He's reclaimed the momentum and is firmly in the driver's seat. Noir is coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Glare. He doesn't even take a hit, showing great resilience to bring this to 9-11. Waze, rank 25 on the ladder, is seeing a fight now. Boom! He deletes him in half a second to reach match point. Insane speed on that kill. He refuses to go away. Noir keeps this fight alive to make it 10-12. Game over. Waze shuts the door right there to take the map. He finally gets one over on Noir to break that head-to-head curse. He just barely scraped through those 2 low HP scrambles to seal it. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the arena. Glare and Waze are facing off today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Whoa, whoa. A total bloodbath. Glare scrapes by with just 7 HP to take the lead, 1-0. Glare holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history, which is showing up in these early rounds. It is a bit of a reversal from their last meeting where Waze took the win. So the question is whether Glare can maintain this edge. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Glare. The slight favorite can't find any answers here. Waze snaps the run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 4-1. That was a lightning fast kill to get back in it. Glare surges back to 5-1, stifling that comeback. Waze coming off that 16-13 win over him recently. Glare dominates the pace, pulling ahead 6-1. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Glare is 21-15 in the last 24 hours, but is facing someone with a nearly identical daily record since they are essentially tied on the ladder. This is less about a skill gap and more about who can handle the pressure of this specific set. The question is whether Waze can use this momentum to flip the script. Glare is just cruising now, leading it 8-2. Waze entered this one as the slight favorite. 3 in a row for Glare, who breaks Waze's momentum right before the break. That was a sub 1 second kill to wrap the half. Glare leads 10-2. He entered as the favorite and is playing exactly to that expectation. Waze can't close the gap after Glare put together a 4-round streak to shut things down. Waze needs a total reset here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Glare is just too quick for him right now. A complete reversal from their last 16-13 meeting. He shuts down the comeback attempt to reach match point, leading 12-2. A complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Boom! He picks him off the box to take the map 13-2. He just completely erased that recent loss. Waze had no answer for him today in the arena. Welcome to the Berserk League. Noir and Glare face off on dunes with the favorite looking for a strong win. Glare holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 367 wins. He entered this duel coming off a win against Noir in their most recent meeting, yet the ladder shows him as the higher-rated player. The question is whether Noir can flip the script this time. He doesn't even take a hit! 3 in a row for Noir! Unreal. He takes another without taking a single hit, making it 4 in a row. He just doesn't miss. 5 in a row for Noir without taking a single hit. Whoa, both players trade heavy damage in a blink, but he survives with just 14 HP to make it 6 in a row. Finally, Glare snaps the run with a 1-second kill to make it 6-1. Noir is currently playing well above his 45% win rate on this map. It's a sharp contrast to his recent form, having gone 13-23 in the last 24 hours. The question now is if he can keep this momentum against a higher rated opponent. Noir's just dominating here, leading it 8-2. The favorite is struggling to hold his ground here. These rounds are over in the blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Noir leads 9-3. This tracks with the pre-match expectations as the favorite puts on a show. He used a 6-round win streak to build this cushion and now just needs to close the door. Side swap, Glare needs a reason. Glare claws one back, but Noir still leads 9-4. Glare rank 23 on the ladder, tries to push back. Noir pushes to 10-4, practically suffocating Glare here. Gone in less than a second. Noir is just cruising here. He's completely flipped the script on a player who usually has his number. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Noir, and he's now at match point. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with only 9 HP to keep this alive at 12-5. The slight favorite is finally fighting back. He wins the exchange to snap the streak, making it 2 in a row for Glare. Rank 23 on the ladder, trying to force a miracle here. Boom! He barely survives a bloodbath to knock him off the box and take the map. He completely wipes away that head-to-head history. Noir just played way above his rank to take this one down. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Waze face off on red line with the favorite looking for a strong win. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head 402, 352, which gives him a clear mental edge in this rivalry. Waze is the higher-rated player on the ladder, but he struggled to translate that into a lead today. We'll see if Waze can flip the script early. Waze picks him right off the ramp to keep this close. He's coming off a 13-10 win against him earlier today. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. Noir and Waze are wide open. Waze ranked 25 on the ladder, takes control here. Noir pulls ahead 3-2, seizing the momentum now. The favorite is struggling to keep pace with his rank 25 opponent. Noir picks him right off the ramp to keep this streak going. Favorite is starting to look like the better man here. Waze catches Noir right off the ramp to tie this thing up. Waze enters this one with a 70% win rate over his last 10. Wow, he scrapes by with a sliver of health to knock Noir off the ramp and tie it 4-4. Insane, he just survived that with practically nothing left. Noir edges ahead 5-4 to break that deadlock. The underdog is holding his own against the higher rated player. Waze knocks him right off the ramp to take the lead, 6-5. The favorite is starting to look like the better man here. Noir claws back to lead it 6-5. Waze is the higher rated player on the ladder here. Noir takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite staying on top. Noir holds the map edge with a 46% win rate here, but Waze is staying within striking distance. Side swap, fresh start. Noir takes him from the ramp, putting 3 in a row on the board. He's facing the ranked 25 player on the ladder here. Waze doesn't even take a hit here, showing some real resilience to keep this close at 8-6. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath with just 13 HP to snap the streak and keep this comeback alive. He's completely flipped this on its head. 3 in a row to tie it at 8-8. Pure chaos, a total reversal of fortune in just a few minutes. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Waze to take the lead, 9-8. Cleanest kill of the bunch, barely a second of airtime. Noir shuts him down from the ramp to tie it at 9-9. Coming off a tough 13-23 run over the last day. Waze wins the trade on the ramp to reclaim the lead, 10-9. The favorite finally starts to pull away in this one. Noir forces a total deadlock at 10-all. Fastest trade of the match, barely a second of airtime. Noir is putting together a real run here, taking 3 of the last 4 to pull ahead. A messy exchange, but Waze survives the trade to tie it at 11-11 and keep this comeback alive. Absolute bloodbath, both of them just refusing to blink. Noir doesn't take a single hit to move ahead, 12-11. Match point. The favorite is fighting an uphill battle here. Unreal. He denies the match point to tie it at 12-12, forcing this entire battle into overtime. Both of them fought for the ramp here, but Noir comes out on top to take the lead in overtime. Waze enters this one, having gone 20-16 over the last day. Waze wins the exchange on the ramp without taking a hit to tie it 13-13. Quickest exchange of the last few rounds to level the score. These rounds are flying by. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Waze digs deep to keep this fight alive, leveling the score at 14-14. Fastest kill of the set to lock this back up. The favorite is refusing to let this one slip away. Whoa, Waze survives a total war from the ramp to take match point 15-14. Insane, he survives again with barely a sliver of health. Noir answers back immediately to lock this up at 15-15. He's now got match point. The underdog is refusing to go away. Noir surges to 16-15 to seize the advantage. Waze claws back to make it 16-16. Total stalemate. Noir breaks the tie, pushing ahead 17-16. Coming off a 13-6 win against Glare earlier. Waze hammers it back to 17-17. Absolute deadlock. Absolute chaos. Neither one can hold the lead for more than one round. Waze sneaks ahead 18-17 to snatch the lead. He's just refusing to let Noir build any momentum here. Noir levels it at 18-18. We are back to square one. The underdog is completely erasing the gap here. Waze edges ahead 19-18 to steal the lead. Waze pushes to 20-18, putting a grip on this. He's just refusing to let the favorite get a foot in the door. Noir narrows it to 19-20, refusing to go quietly. Waze is ranked 25 on the ladder, but he's feeling the pressure. Waze hits 21-19 to seal the deal. Boom, he closes the door on this one. Boom, he puts the pressure right back on Noir. Noir hangs in there, trailing Waze 20-21. Back and forth they go, neither one letting the other breathe. Noir forces a 21-21 tie. We're back to 0. Too straight for Noir to force this total deadlock. Waze snaps the lead, 20-21 in this nail biter. Waze pushes it to 23-21, widening the gap. He's now survived 3 separate fights with under 30 HP today. Noir keeps it tight, trailing Waze 22-23. The ladder's rank 30 is refusing to go away. Waze extends his grip to 24-22. Our rank 25 player is finally asserting that ladder gap. Noir cuts it to 23-24, staying right in it. Quick exchange to keep this within one. Noir ties it at 24-24. We are completely reset. Waze sneaks ahead 25-24 to reclaim the lead. Waze surges to 26-24 to seize a commanding lead. Noir cuts it to 25-26, keeping this fight alive. Wei's rank 25, can't afford to let this slip. Noir forces a 26-26 draw. This is pure insanity. Wei's enters this one, having struggled against Glare earlier today. Noir naps the lead 27-26 in this marathon. 3 in a row for him to seize the lead. Wei's answers back to not. This up at 27-27. The clear favorite finally stabilizes this marathon. Wei's edges ahead 28-27 to steal the lead. Wei's pulls ahead 29-27 to tighten the noose. Noir's run ends right here. Noir strikes back to make it 28-29. Coming off a 13-6 win against Glare today. Wei's pushes to 30-28, putting the pressure on. The latter's rank 25 is finally pulling away here. Noir narrows it to 29-30, refusing to fold. Pure coin flip energy as they trade these back and forth. Wei's hits 31-29 to put a stranglehold on this. He just kept scraping through those low HP scrambles to survive overtime. Noir fought for every inch here. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Wei's take on Mappas, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Glare holds a 54% win rate on this map, giving him a clear advantage in these early exchanges. He's already leaning into that confidence after beating Wei's 13-2 in their last meeting. The question is if Wei's can find a way to disrupt that momentum. Whoa, a total slugfest where both players barely hold on, but Wei's survives by a threat to make it 2-1. Glare strikes back, pushing his lead to 3-1. Wei's fights back to keep it 3-2. Fastest kill of the match so far. Glare is starting to pull away here, putting some breathing room between him and Wei's. Almost identical standing on the ladder for these two. Glare edges ahead again, making it 4-3. Sub-second reaction there to tie it up. Glare is 21-15 in the last 24 hours, and that steady form is showing up here as he builds a 2-round lead. He's consistently playing above his usual average today, while Wei's is struggling to keep pace. The question is if Wei's can find a way to flip the script. Wei's claws back to lock it at 5-5. Our rank 25 player refusing to play the underdog here. Glare just shut down that mini run from Wei's, keeping the lead as we approach the half. The favorite keeping his grip on this one. 6 at the half. This is tracking with expectations. As Glare remains the favorite despite the dead heat, Waze is fighting hard to overcome Glare's 54% win rate on Mapas as they switch sides. Side swap. Fresh start now. Waze sneaks ahead, taking a 7-6 lead. Pure speed there, just over a second to decide it. Waze ranked 25 on the ladder, refusing to blink here. Glare levels the playing field at 7-7. Tight gap on the ladder between these two. Glare is starting to build some real steam here, putting a bit of distance between himself and Waze. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage and a total bloodbath, but he survives with 14 HP to make it 3 in a row. He snaps that streak immediately, cutting the lead to 9-8. Waze coming into this with a strong 70% win rate in his last 10. Glare pulls ahead 10-8, widening the gap once more. Waze is trying to avenge that 2-13 blowout from earlier. Glare nudges ahead to 10-9 after the clutch play. Our ranked 25 player keeping this series wide open. Insane, both players are shredded in this scrap, but he survives with just 8 HP to make it 11-9. Man, barely survived that one to take control. Waze just erased that gap. We're looking at a 1-round difference now as this completely opens up. Boom, Glare doesn't take a single hit in a sub-second strike to reach match point. Waze denies the match point, cutting the lead to 12-11. The underdog refusing to let the favorite close this out. Boom, Glare shuts the door on this series to take the win, 13-11. Waze played his heart out to avoid another blowout, but he just couldn't close those final gaps. He had to work for that. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels on Orange. Noir and Glare face off now with the favorite facing a tough test. Glare leads the head-to-head with 367 wins over Noir. While Noir has taken several of their most recent meetings, Glare is the one playing with momentum. After a 21-15 day, the question is whether Noir can flip the script here. Glare edges ahead 2-1 as Noir fights to recover. These rounds are ending in a blink. Glare is just too fast for Noir right now. He keeps it rolling, 3 in a row for Glare to push the lead to 4-1. The favorite is simply asserting himself here. Wow, a total bloodbath. He survives on just 9 HP to make it 4 in a row. Noir is currently sitting at rank 30 on the ladder. He takes a few hits, but still manages to close it out. 5 in a row. Pure speed on that one, barely 2 seconds. Finally, Noir breaks the run to keep it 2-6. He did manage a 13-6 win in their last meeting. Noir is struggling today with a 13-23 record over the last 24 hours. That slump is coinciding with a gap in our rating where Glare holds the edge on the ladder. The question is whether Noir can reverse his day's form before this gets out of reach. He snaps that streak right back, making it 3 straight for Glare before the break. Under 2 seconds again, just absolute speed. Glare takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Noir entered as the favorite, but he's getting outplayed here. Glare's 59% head-to-head win rate is showing as he pushes for a quick upset. Side swap, time for a reset. Unreal. Both players almost go down together, but he survives with just 14 HP to make it 10-3. Insane scramble, barely hanging on there. Noir is just getting outpaced here. Glare is basically ending these rounds before Noir can even react. He shuts down the comeback attempt immediately. 3 in a row puts Glare at match point. Boom! He closes it out with 4 straight to take the map 13-3. He just had Noir's number today. That head-to-head lead is looking even stronger after this one. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Waze take on Fast Aim today with the favorite looking for a strong win. Noir holds the long-term edge with 402 wins over Waze in their head-to-head history. However, Waze is the one coming off a victory in their most recent meeting, which seems to be shifting the momentum here. The question is if Noir can reclaim that historical advantage. Waze picks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Boom! Noir snaps that run with a clean kill to start the fight back. Waze leads 4-1. Noir needs a spark now. Waze rank 25 on the ladder is playing the role today. Waze hits 5, leaving Noir trailing far behind, coming off a 2016 run over the last day. Noir is sitting at a 13-23 record over the last 24 hours, making this a tough day for him so far. He is fighting against a dip in form while facing a player who has been as shaky today. The question is whether Noir can turn this into a real comeback. Noir knocks him off the ramp, making it 3 in a row as the comeback continues. That ramp is becoming a death trap for him. Waze answers back to hold the run, pushing the lead to 6-4. Exactly how the favorite is expected to play today. Waze extends it to 7-4, keeping Noir at bay. Fast exchange, just over a second to end that. Waze leads 8-4 at the break. He is defying the pre-match expectations and playing like the superior player here. Noir has a 50% win rate on this map, but he can't stop Waze from controlling the pace. Side swap time for a reset. Waze pulls ahead 9-4, putting Noir in a hole. He's currently sitting at rank 25 on the ladder. Noir picks him off the ramp to keep this contest alive. The underdog is fighting to flip the script here. Noir makes it 6-9, still chasing Waze's lead. 2 fast exchanges in a row to chip away at that lead. Noir catches him from the ramp for 3 in a row, refusing to go away. 3 identical timings in a row to close those out. Waze shuts that down in under a second, leaving Noir at 7-10. Noir's rank 30 spot is feeling the pressure here. Noir takes him off the ramp, but Waze is now just 2 rounds away from the win. Noir's recent 3-13 loss to Glare seems to be haunting him. Noir keeps trading rounds here, refusing to let Waze put this away quickly. Noir generally holds the historical edge in this head-to-head. Noir doesn't take any damage here, snapping the streak to make it 9-11. He's showing real resilience. Cleanest exchange of the set, barely a scratch on him. Unreal. He does it again, taking 3 in a row to keep this comeback alive. Waze shuts down the comeback with a clean kill. He's now on match point. Noir wins the trade on the ramp, refusing to let Waze close this out. The historical edge is starting to feel relevant again. Boom! Waze shuts the door with a clean kill to take the map 13-11. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Glare and Vase take on Italy today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Glare holds the historical edge with a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took the most recent match between these two, so he'll be looking to reclaim the momentum here. The question is whether Vase can keep the early lead. Vase pushes ahead 2-1, putting Glare on the back foot. Vase entered this as the slight favorite. Glare wipes away that early lead in a flash. We are right back to square one here. He's coming off that 13-3 win against Noir earlier. Vase nabs the lead 3-2, seizing the upper hand. Quick exchange there, settled in under 2 seconds. Vase extends the gap to 4-2, pulling away now. Clean and fast, barely over a second this time. Vase snaps the streak with a blink and you miss it. Kill 3 in a row now. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row. Vase is playing like the favorite right now. Takes a few hits, but closes it out, making that 5 in a row. Sub-second reaction there, just brutal. Total shutdown. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 6 in a row. Whoa, he barely survives with 14 HP. That's 7 in a row for Vase before the break. Vase leads 9-3 at the break. Glare entered as the clear favorite, but he's getting outplayed after a 7-round streak from Vase. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. Side swap, time for a reset. Insane. Both players nearly empty their clips in a bloodbath, but Glare scrapes by with just 7 HP. Man, that was a total slugfest. Glare has a 53% win rate on this map, which is a significant edge over Vase's performance here. He's now using that map familiarity to claw back into this, turning a blowout into a genuine contest. We'll see if he can keep this run going. Vase is pulling well ahead here, making it a 3-round gap after that quick exchange. He's coming off a 13-11 win against Noir. Boom. He shuts down the comeback attempt without taking a hit. Match point for Vase. Boom. He shuts the door in a heartbeat to take the map 13-6. He just completely ignored the map history here. Vase had his number all day on Italy. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Noir and Glare take on the Dunes map, with the favorite facing a tough test. Glare holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 368 wins over Noir. This long-term edge is playing out now, especially since Glare just beat Noir in a blowout earlier today. The question is if Noir can use his map advantage to flip the script. Noir edges ahead 2-1. Glare needs a response. Noir flipping the script after that 3-13 loss earlier today. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Noir. The rank 24 player is struggling to find answers. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row. The slight favorite is looking completely lost. Another one. He's won 5 in a row now, barely taking a hit. Complete reversal from the 3-13 result they just had. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. That's 6 in a row for Noir. Rank 24 on the ladder is getting outplayed here. He's simply not missing 7 in a row for Noir. The slight favorite is feeling the pressure here. Finally, Glare snaps the streak with a clean shot, making it 7-2. Clean response, taking that round in under a second. Noir is sitting at a 45% win rate on this map, which is notably higher than what Glare usually manages here. He's playing with a lot of confidence despite being 13-23 in the last 24 hours. It'll be interesting to see if that map edge carries him all the way. Nar leads 9-3. He's playing exactly like the favorite should, erasing his recent slump with a 7-round win streak. Glare has the better overall rank, but he can't stop Noir's momentum on this map. Side swap time for a reset. Glare claws back one, but Noir still leads 9-4. He's coming off a strong 21-15 run over the last day. Noir hits 10, Glare is buried in a deep hole. Our rank 31 player is completely ignoring the ladder gap here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Noir is just too fast for him right now. The slight favorite can't find any answers today. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point, making it 3 in a row. Insane. He barely survives a total bloodbath to keep the dream alive. Noir still at match point. Game over. He finishes the job without taking a hit to take the map 13-5. He just completely erased that head-to-head deficit. Noir takes the upset and proves he owns this map. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Waze face off on Mappas, where the favorite meets a tough challenge. Noir leads the head-to-head 402, 354 over the long haul, but Waze has the momentum after winning their most recent meeting. Waze is currently playing much better than his historical average, which might outweigh that lifetime edge. We'll see if Noir can reclaim his usual control here. Waze edges ahead 2-1, putting Noir on the back foot. Waze entered this one as the clear favorite. Noir just completely flipped the script, erasing Waze's early lead in a heartbeat. Waze is ranked 23 on the ladder, but is struggling here. Both took heavy damage, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. Insane speed on that kill, barely a second of action. He keeps it rolling, that's 4 in a row for Noir. Waze ranked 23 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Unreal. He makes it 5 in a row, leaving Waze trailing 2-5. He's coming off a tough 14-23 day so far. Boom! Waze snaps the run with a clean kill to bring it to 5-3. The favorite finally finds his foot. He does it again, 2 in a row for Waze as he claws back into this pure speed on both of those kills. Waze has been significantly more successful lately with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. That recent form is clashing with the reality of the ladder, where Waze holds a higher rating than Noir. The question is whether that skill gap can overcome Noir's current momentum. Noir leads 8-4 at the break. This is going exactly as expected, with the favorite taking control of the map. Noir's 5-round streak proved the difference here, leaving Waze to fight for a comeback in the second half. Side swap. Time for a reset. Noir pulls further ahead, extending it to 9-4. Coming off a 13-5 win against Glare earlier today. Noir hits double digits, now leading 10-4. Waze rank 23 is getting outplayed by the lower rated side. He doesn't even take a hit, that's 3 in a row to make it 11-4. Barely a second of action on that kill. Waze shuts him down without taking a hit, bringing it to 11-5. Coming off a solid 2016 day overall. Survives a messy exchange to reach match point, leading 12-5. Scrappy finish, but he survives with 47 HP. Boom, he closes it out and takes the map 13-5. He just completely ignored the rankings and took this one. Noir gets his revenge and keeps that lifetime lead over Waze. Welcome to Redline. Glare and Waze face off today, with the favorite facing a tough test in this duel. Glare catches him right off the ramp to take the early lead. Waze enters this one after a strong 13-6 win over him. Glare holds a 265-225 lifetime lead over Waze across hundreds of matches, while Waze entered as the slight favorite today. The historical edge is clearly favoring Glare in these opening rounds. The question is if Waze can pivot his strategy to break this momentum. Waze catches him right from the ramp to take the lead. He's really heating up here. The slight favorite is taking control here. Unreal. He barely survives with 10 HP to make it 3 in a row. Coming off a 60% win rate over his last 10. Boom! That's 4 in a row for Waze, completely erasing the early lead. Waze, ranked 24 on the ladder, is playing like the favorite. 5 in a row. He's completely taken over this match. Insane speed, just under 2 seconds to end it. Pure dominance. He makes it 6 in a row without taking a single hit. Under 2 seconds again, just a blur. 7 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit to extend the lead to 7-2. Finally, he breaks the streak in a messy exchange to make it 3-7. Waze ranked 24 on the ladder, looking to regain his footing. Whoa. He scrapes through a wild exchange to knock Waze off the ramp before the break. Tough break for him to get pushed off the ramp there. 4-8 Waze. The underdog is pulling off a surprise here, defying the historical edge. Glare holds in their head-to-head. That 7-round streak put Waze in total control. We'll see if Glare can stop the bleeding after the switch. Sights. Swap time for a reset. Waze has a 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's carrying that recent form into this duel, which is proving to be a complete reversal of their usual head-to-head dynamic. The question is whether Glare can find a way to answer back. Waze stretches it to 10-5, putting a chokehold on this. Under 2 seconds again, just a blur. Waze holds the ramp again and the gap is just widening here. Waze, ranked 24 on the ladder, is just ignoring the history here. He shuts down that run with 3 straight, putting Waze on match point. Another sub 2 second kill to lock this down. Game over. Waze shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map. He just completely flipped the script on their lifetime history today. Glare had no answer for that pace. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on orange for this one as Noir takes on the favored Glare. Glare holds a strong historical edge with 368 wins over Noir in their head-to-head history. While Noir took their most recent meeting, Glare is sitting higher on the ladder and looking to reclaim that dominance here. The question is if Noir can keep the recent streak alive. Three in a row for Glare, who completely shuts the door on Noir. He's playing like the higher rated guy on the ladder right now. That's 4 in a row. He's completely taken over this opening stretch. Despite that 13-5 loss to Noir just now, he's back in control. Noir snaps the run with a clean kill to make it 1-4. Quickest kill of the match so far. Glare bounces back to push the lead to 5-1. He's shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier today. Glare is currently 20-16 in the last 24 hours, and that momentum is carrying over into this set. He's managing to shake off a rough run of losses from earlier today to keep Noir pinned down. We'll see if Noir can find a way to disrupt this pace. Four in a row for Glare, pushing the lead to 8-1. Exactly how it played out in their last few head-to-heads. 5 in a row for Glare, pushing the score to 9-1. Another quick kill to keep the pressure on. Both players land heavy hits, but Noir survives the scrap to wrap the half at 2-9. Barely survived that one with 42 health left. Glare leads 10-2. Noir entered as the favorite, but he's getting outplayed in every exchange. Glare is leaning on a 59% head-to-head win rate to put this match away early. Side swap. Noir needs a reset. Noir claws one back, but Glare still leads 10-3. Fastest exchange since the side coming off that 13-5 win over him earlier today. Glare is just too fast. He's putting this one away quickly and leaving Noir with no room to breathe. Noir is mounting a real challenge here, putting together a run to chip away at that lead. Noir deletes him in under a second to keep the game alive at 6-12. Boom, a lightning fast snap to keep the hope alive. Both players land heavy hits, but he digs deep to make it 2 in a row. Another clean trade to keep this run moving. Insane, they both nearly emptied their clips, but Glare survives with 8 health to take the map. He really had to dig deep for that final round. Noir threw everything at him to force overtime, but he held on. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Waze take on Fast Aim today, where the favorite faces a tough test. Noir takes it from the ramp, starting things off quickly for the favorite. He's already coming off a 13-5 win against him today. Noir picks him right off the ramp. These rounds are over in a blink. The favorite is struggling against the rank 30 player here. He knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Waze is the higher rated player on the ladder here. Waze answers back with a clean kill to keep this close, making it 3-1. The favorite finally finds a way to answer back. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head 403, 354, while Waze is rated higher on our ladder. The historical edge here has always belonged to Noir. The question is whether the rank gap actually matters in this specific matchup. Waze snaps that streak with a clean hit, showing real resilience to pull this within 1. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Noir edges ahead 5-3 to regain some breathing room. Waze rank 23 on the ladder can't seem to find an answer. Noir takes it from the ramp, and now he's really starting to pull away in this one. The underdog's just playing the role of favorite here. Insane. Waze survives with just 6 HP to keep this comeback alive. 6-4. Pure luck on that one, barely walking away from the ramp. Noir takes it from the ramp, putting a 3-round cushion between him and Waze. Waze is playing a lot better than his rank 23 spot suggests today. Noir leads 8-4 at the break. This half is tracking exactly how we expected, with the favorite holding the upper hand. Noir's 53% all-time head-to-head edge is showing here as he keeps Waze at arm's length. Side swap. Time for a reset. Noir picks him right off the ramp, and now he's really pulling ahead in this one. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to Glare earlier today. Waze takes him from the ramp, preventing Noir from building any real momentum here. Coming off a strong 60% win rate in his last 10. Noir snipes him off the ramp, and he's now just 3 rounds away from closing this out. Noir rank 30 doesn't seem bothered by the rating gap. That was over in a heartbeat. Noir is just too quick for him right now. Gone in a flash, barely a second to react. He wipes him off the ramp to hit match point, making that 3 in a row. Boom! He shuts the door in 1 second to take the map, 13-5. He just completely ignored that ladder gap. Noir had Waze's number from the jump today. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze face off on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Waze holds a 48% win rate here, which is a notable jump over Glare's historical performance on this map. He also took their last meeting quite convincingly, so he has both the map data and recent confidence on his side. The question is if Glare can flip the script early. He keeps it rolling. That's 3 in a row for Waze. Wow. He survives the slugfest to snap the run. Glare shows some real grit to make it 2-3. Waze pulls ahead 4-1, reclaiming total control here. He answers right back. Glare shows some real resilience to cut the lead to 4-3. He's not letting up. 2 in a row for Glare, who didn't take a single point of damage. Boom! He wipes the slate clean to tie it 4-4 with 3 straight wins. Underdog completely flipping the script here. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath with almost nothing left to take the lead 5-4. Whoa, another one where he barely walks away. He's on fire. 5 in a row for Glare, and he doesn't take a single hit. Insane. He survives a total brawl by a thread to keep it 6-5 before the break. We're tied 6-6 at the break. This is tracking exactly as expected, with Glare keeping pace despite Waze having the better win rate on Dunes. Both players traded long streaks to keep this deadlock. Side swap, total reset. He doesn't even take a hit here. Continuing the climb to make it 7-6. Total shut down in under a second. He breaks the streak with a clean hit. Continuing his climb to 8-6. Waze fights back to keep it 8-7. He's the one holding the lead in their head-to-head lately. Waze forces the deadlock at 8-8. Total stalemate now. Glare usually holds the edge in their lifetime head-to-head. Unreal. He survives a total war of attrition with only 2 HP to make it 9-8. He snaps that run to make it 10-8, continuing a tenacious climb back into this match. Waze claws it back to 10-9. He's still in this. Clean snap under a second to get the kill. Waze evens it up at 10-10. Absolute deadlock. Just like that 13-5 win he took in their last meeting. Waze snaps the run with a clean kill. 3 in a row to make it 10-11. The favorite is putting on a clinic here. He doesn't miss 4 in a row for Waze, and he's now at match point. Gone in under a second. Boom. He survives the brawl to take 5 straight and win the map. He really fought through the noise there. Glare had his number in their lifetime history, but Waze just wouldn't budge. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare are facing off on orange with the favorite looking for another win. We're taking a quick break, but stay tuned for more Noir versus Glare on orange. We are back live on orange with Noir and Glare locked at 0-all. Glare holds a 369-255 lead in their head-to-head history, usually knowing exactly how to handle Noir. However, Noir has actually won 4 of their last 5 meetings, showing he's figured out the puzzle lately. The question is whether Glare can regain that historical edge today. Noir pulls ahead 2-1, putting Glare on the back foot. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace here. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react today. Glare strikes back to lead it 3-2. Ranked 26 on the ladder, asserting his position early. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Glare. Just like their last meeting here. He's taking control. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Glare. That's 4 in a row decided in under 3 seconds. Boom! Noir snaps that run and shows some real grit to pull it back to 3-5. That was a lightning fast exchange. Keeps pushing back. 2 in a row for Noir, refusing to let Glare pull away. Fast reactions keep him within striking distance. Unreal. He wipes away the deficit to tie it 5-5, taking 3 straight. Glare shuts him down without taking a hit, reclaiming the lead before the break. Clean kill to wrap up the half. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is currently defying expectations and holding the edge. Glare's 59% head-to-head win rate is showing here as he keeps the favorite under pressure. Sides swap fresh. Glare has put up a 21-15 record in the last 24 hours, and that strong form is carrying over into this set. He's now playing comfortably as the favorite, outperforming Noir's recent struggles on the ladder. The question is whether Noir can break this momentum before the gap widens. Glare extends the gap to 9-6. Pure speed there, decided in just over a second. Whoa, a complete bloodbath that leaves him clinging to life with just 20 HP, making it 10-6. Glare is pulling away now, putting a serious dent in any hopes for a comeback. Noir is fighting to keep this within reach, refusing to let Glare cruise to a comfortable finish. Noir has a bit of a run going now, cutting the lead down to just 3 rounds. He survives the exchange to take 3 straight, chipping away at that early deficit. Man, he's just not letting him breathe right now. insane. He survives a chaotic trade to make it 4 straight, erasing most of that early deficit. Unreal. He wins 5 in a row to tie this up at 11-11 after being down 5. Complete reversal of the pre-match expectation. Glare shuts him down without taking a single hit to reach match point. Favorite manages to stabilize just in time. Game over. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. Now almost pulled off the comeback of the set after that 5-round run, but he just couldn't find the final gear. He had to work for that. Welcome to Red Line. We have Noir and Waze facing off today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Noir takes him from the ramp to get on the board early. The favorite hasn't looked as sharp today. Waze picks him up from the ramp to even things up. Waze is currently the higher rated player on the ladder. Waze picks him right off the ramp to keep this run going. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Glare. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit and makes it 3 in a row. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Waze. Our rank 23 player is taking full control here. He catches him from the ramp, making it 5 in a row. Complete reversal from their last meeting where Noir won 13-5. Both players trade heavy damage, but he survives the scrap to make it 6 in a row. Survival by a Fred, but he gets the result. He catches him from the ramp for 7 in a row, leaving Noir at 1-7. The favorite is doing exactly what was expected here. Noir knocks him off the ramp to break that run. Noir actually leads the all-time head-to-head 404-354. Insane. He barely survives with 14 HP to take 2 in a row. The favorite is struggling to hold off the comeback here. Waze has 60% win rate in his last 10 matches, showing a much stronger recent trend than Noir. While Noir usually holds the edge in this matchup, Waze is playing with a level of confidence we aren't seeing from the favorite today. The question is whether Noir can find a way to flip the script before this slips away. Waze leads 9-3 at the break. Noir entered this as the favorite, but he is getting outplayed here. That 7-round streak from Waze has turned this into a potential upset. Side swap, time for a reset. Noir close back one, but Waze still leads 9-4. That was a quick one, barely a second of action. Waze pushes to 10-4, nearly closing this out. Another quick exchange, barely any time for a reaction. These rounds are over in a blink. Noir is just not reacting fast enough to keep up here. Wow, he survives on just 14 HP to reach match point and make it 3 in a row. Pure nerves, barely hanging on with 14 HP to take it. Whoa, a total slugfest. He digs deep to survive the scrap and keep the dream alive. Noir is fighting to flip the script on the favorite. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 2 in a row, keeping the match alive at 6-12. The underdog is refusing to go quietly here. Boom! He shuts the door on the comeback to take the map 13-6. He just completely flipped the script on their history. Waze had his number all day on red line. Welcome to the arena. Glare and Waze are ready to go, and the favorite faces a tough test today. Glare leads the head-to-head with 265 total round wins over Waze. It's a long-term edge that contrasts with their most recent meeting, where Waze came out on top. We'll see if that historical advantage holds today. Waze edges ahead 2-1, putting Glare on the back foot. Coming off a strong 13-6 win over Noir earlier today. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. The slight favorite can't pull away here. Glare claws back the lead, making it 3-2. Waze rank 23 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. And again, 3 in a row for Glare, who now holds a 2-round lead. That last one was over in just over a second. That's 4 in a row for Glare, who now holds a 3-round lead. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer. Wows. Hagzon with just 14 HP to break the run. Pure grit to survive that one on such a thin margin. He does it again. Waze makes it 2 in a row, showing real resilience to close the gap to 5-4. Glare has gone 21-15 in the last 24 hours, and he's using that momentum to weather this storm, despite Waze having the higher rating on the ladder. Glare is the one controlling the pace here. The question is whether Waze can find another spark to bridge the gap. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. Things are playing out as expected, with the favorite holding a slim cushion. Glare's 4-round streak gave him the edge, though Waze keeps this close by surviving a few near deaths. Sides swap time for a reset. Glare pulls ahead 8-5, widening that gap again. Waze is the higher rated player on the ladder here. Waze doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to close the gap to 8-6. Clean kill, not a single point of damage taken. He does it again. 2 in a row for Waze, who's continuing to fight his way back. Unreal. He makes it 3 in a row to tie this up at 8-8, erasing that early deficit. Glare snaps that run with a sub-second kill to reclaim the lead. 9-8. The favorite usually holds the edge in this matchup. Waze keeps pushing back, erasing the deficit to tie it at 9-9. A bit more drawn out this time, but he gets the result. Glare breaks the deadlock to move up 10-9. A bit more of a scrap this time, but he survives. Absolute chaos. He survives a brutal exchange to tie this up at 10-10. Insane, he survives again with barely any health left. A total scrap. Waze survives the exchange to take the lead 11-10. Continuing this fight back. Whoa, 2 straight survivors with almost no health left. Boom, 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 boom. Waze don't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Match point. Boom, he closes the door with 4 straight to complete the comeback and take the map. He just couldn't let Glare pull away this time. That second half surge completely flipped the script on the head-to-head. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare face off on fast aim, where the favorite faces a tough test. Glare leads the all-time head-to-head 370-255, showing he usually knows how to handle this matchup. Noir has the edge on this specific map, though, which could flip the script on their history. The question is whether Glare can lean on that experience to close the gap. Noir takes him from the ramp, putting a bit of distance between them early on. Noir holds a commanding 3-1 lead as we reset. Glare is the higher rated player on the ladder here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Noir. The favorite is just not showing up here. Glare digs in to break that run, cutting the lead to 4-2. The ladder's higher rated player is finally waking up. Noir is currently 13-23 in the last 24 hours. So he's fighting an uphill battle with his form today. He's playing with a chip on his shoulder after losing a close one to Glare just moments ago. The question is if Noir can keep this momentum going. Noir pulls ahead 6-3, leaving Glare searching for answers. Coming off a 21-16 run over the last day. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react. The slight favorite is struggling to hold his ground here. Noir extends it to 7-4. Glare is reeling. That was a blink and you miss it trade. Noir leads 8-4 at the break. The favorite's playing exactly as expected, using his 50% win rate on this map to keep Glare at bay. We'll see if Glare can flip the momentum after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Noir takes him from the ramp, putting a huge gap between them as we head toward the finish. Glare ranked 26 on the ladder, can't find a way back. Noir pushes to 9-5, putting Glare in a hole. He's still the higher rated player on the ladder. Noir takes him from the ramp, moving closer to the finish line. The underdog is firmly in control here. Glare picks him off the ramp, keeping this series from slipping away too quickly. He's coming off that 13-11 victory over him on AIM Italy P. Noir is just refusing to let Glare get any traction here, keeping him 5 rounds back. Noir is really defying his rank 30 status today. He shuts down that run to reach match point, leading 12-6. Quickest kill of the set right there. Boom, 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 boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Noir takes the map 13. He completely ignores the ladder rankings and the head-to-head history to pull off a huge upset here. Welcome to the Berserk League. Noir and Waze face off on Dunes, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum. Waze is currently on a 3-win streak in his last 10 matches. He also just beat Noir 13-6 in their previous meeting, which suggests he has the mental edge right now. The question is whether Noir can flip the script today. Waze leads 2-1 as Noir fights to stay alive. Clean 1-second burst to get it back to a 1-round game. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. The favorite continues to hold the edge here. Waze surges to 4-1, leaving Noir in the dust. He's playing like the rank 23 guy on the ladder. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Waze, making it 5-1. Both players land hits, but he comes out on top to make it 4 in a row. Underdog historically, but Noir can't find an answer here. Unreal, he deletes Noir in under a second without taking a single hit, making it 5 in a row. Another one, he doesn't take a single hit to make it 6 in a row. Both players trade heavy hits in a chaotic scramble, but he survives to make it 7 in a row. Finally, Noir snaps that streak with a clean win before the break. Waze leads 9-3. Noir entered as the favorite, but he's getting outplayed here. Waze is capitalizing on a 49% map win rate to put this match on a collision course for a total upset. Side swap, fresh start. Waze picks him right off the box to shut down that mini run. Waze, ranked 23 on the ladder, refuses to let this slip. Waze picks him right off the box to put a serious grip on this match. Noir usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Noir picks him right off the box to keep this comeback attempt alive. Waze knocks him off the box to reach match point 12-4. The favorite is simply too strong here. Boom, he blasts him off the box to take the map 13-4. He just had Noir's number today, especially with that sub 1 second reaction time on the fastest kill. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze take on Orange today with the favorite facing a tough test. Glare holds a 265-228 lead in their head-to-head history, though Waze is the one who took their most recent meeting. It is a clash of long-term dominance against a player currently on a 4-win streak. We will see if that momentum can override the history here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Glare. Waze is currently playing as the higher-rated man on the ladder. Waze snaps the run with the sub-second kill, showing some resilience to keep this close. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. Glare surges to 4-1, putting Waze in a hole, coming off a 13-10 win over him just now. Wow, both players practically melt, but he survives with just 15 HP to make it 5-1. Insane to see him walk away with a little health. Waze is currently on a 4-win streak in his last 10 matches. He's playing with a high level of confidence that aligns with his better standing on the ladder. The question is whether he can maintain this form to overturn the scoreline. Glare pulls ahead 6-3, really squeezing Waze here. Waze rank 23 on the ladder, tries to climb further. Glare is really pulling away here, making it a 4-round gap as we head toward the break. The favorite is firmly in control here. Glare extends the lead to 7-4, suffocating Waze. Tighter exchange there, but he keeps the gap from widening. Glare leads 8-4 at the break. This half is tracking exactly as expected with the favorite playing his role. Glare is leaning on that 54% head-to-head win rate to keep Waze at arm's length. Side swap, fresh start for Waze. Glare hits 9, leaving Waze trailing by 5. He's playing against a guy coming off a 13-4 win over Noir. Whoa, a total slugfest. He scrapes by with almost nothing left to make it 10-4. Pure chaos, but he manages to survive another one. Waze claws one back to make it 10-5. Waze is currently carrying a 70% win rate in his last 10. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath with just 14 HP to reach match point. Another one where he barely walks away alive. Boom, he shuts the door with 3 in a row to take the map. He just completely shut down that momentum Waze was bringing into this one. Glare looks back in control. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare face off on Italy with the favorite looking for a strong win. Glare leads the head-to-head with 370 wins over Noir. Despite that historical edge, Noir has won 4 of their last 5 meetings. The question is whether Glare can flip the script here. Noir cruises to a 2-0 lead, Glare struggling. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer. Both players trade heavy damage in a scramble, but he survives to make it 3 in a row. Coming off a 13-5 win against Waze earlier today. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Noir. The slight favorite is feeling the pressure here. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 5 in a row. Our rank 26 player just can't find an answer. Both players trade heavy blows, but he comes out on top to make it 6 in a row. Finally, Glare breaks the run to make it 6-1. The higher rated player on the ladder finally puts 1 on the board. Glare has a 53% win rate on this map, which is a significant edge over Noir's performance here. He is already playing better than his recent 2017 record in the last 24 hours suggests. Now the question is if he can keep this momentum and erase the deficit. Whoa, a total scrap. He survives by a hair to pull it back to 7-3. Insane, he survives with just 20 HP. Noir holds the rally to keep it 7-4. Boom, a clean 1-second kill to keep this moving. Noir leads 8-4. The favorite is playing exactly how we expected, utilizing a 6-round win streak to build a safe cushion. Glare needs a stronger start after the side switch to stay in this. Side swap. Time for a reset. Glare claws 1 back, but Noir still leads 8-5. Our rank 26 player trying to flip the script here. He doesn't take a hit, making it 2 in a row as he fights back from that early deficit. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. A brutal trade-off, but he wins the scrap to make it 3 straight. Glare is clawing back into this. Unreal, he wins the scramble to make it 4 in a row and tie this up at 8-8. The slight favorite completely erases the deficit. Wow, a total bloodbath. He survives a razor fin scrap to take the lead and 5 in a row. Man, he just can't shake that 22 HP survival. Absolute shutout. He doesn't take a hit to make it 6 in a row. Glare needs 3 more. What a scrap. He survives a chaotic exchange to make it 7 in a row. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he survives it. Both trade heavy damage, but he survives the scrap to make it 8 straight. Match point for Glare. Another fast exchange to put the pressure on. Noir snaps the streak. He wins a messy exchange to keep himself alive at 9-12. The underdog refuses to go quietly here. Boom! He deletes him in half a second to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to fight for it, but Glare flips the script on their recent history. Noir played him tough, but that second half surge was just too much. What a match. Welcome to the arena. Noir and Waze face off now with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Noir leads the head-to-head with 404 wins over Waze. Despite that historical edge, Waze enters this one as the favorite after winning their last meeting by a wide margin. The question is whether Noir can actually maintain this early lead. 3 in a row for Noir, who's just completely shut him out. Waze is ranked 23 on the ladder, but it's not showing. He's just not missing. That's 4 in a row for Noir, and he didn't take a single hit. Finally, Waze snaps the run to keep it 4-1. He's playing a lot like that 13-4 win earlier today. 2 in a row for Waze, showing some real resilience to pull this back to 4-2. The favorite is finally starting to play his game. Boom. He makes it 3 straight and doesn't take a single hit in the process. Pure speed on that last one, just a blink and it's over. Noir shuts it down in under a second to make it 5-3. Noir is playing from the bottom of the bracket here. Noir is 13-23 in the last 24 hours, so he's struggling with his overall form today. Even so, he's playing the underdog role perfectly here and punishing Waze's mistakes. The question is whether Waze can stop this slide before it becomes a blowout. Whoa, a total scrap. He barely survives that to make it 4 in a row before the break. Noir leads 8-4. He is playing exactly like the favorite should, despite Waze entering this game with better recent form. We'll see if Waze can close this gap after the switch. Side swap, Waze needs a reset. Unreal. Both players trade heavy damage in a total scrap, but he survives by a thread to make it 8-5. Waze has been the stronger player of the last 10. Noir pushes it to 9-5, widening the gap again. Waze is still the higher rated player on the ladder. Noir hits 10, leaving Waze trailing by 5. Noir's coming off a tough 4-13 loss to him earlier today. Waze just prevents another streak from starting. He's making this a much tighter fight than the score suggests. Waze is playing more like his 2016 record today. Noir is just pulling further and further ahead. Waze can't seem to find a way to break this momentum. The rank 30 player is completely flipping the script here. Insane scrap. Both players get shredded, but he barely scrapes through to make it 11-7. He manages to survive that one with just 27 HP. Both players take heavy damage, but Noir wins the exchange to reach match point total. Game over. He deletes him in a second to take the map. 13-7. He just completely ignored the rankings and his rough start today to pull off the upset. Noir gets his revenge. Welcome to Berserk League. Glare and Waze take on Fast Aim today in a very close matchup. Glare leads the head-to-head history with 266 wins over Waze. Despite that edge, Glare is coming off a loss to Noir on this same map just a short while ago. It's a question of whether that recent struggle carries over here. Waze knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Waze is actually the slight favorite in this one. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Waze. A total flip from that 13-5 result they just had. Glare snaps the run, picking him off the ramp to make it 2-4. The slight favorite is feeling the pressure now. He does it again. 2 in a row for Glare, showing real resilience to chip away at that lead. The slight favorite is losing his grip on this one. Wow. He knocks Glare off the ramp and survives with just 12 HP to make it 2-5. Insane barely hanging on with 12 HP. Waze picks him off the ramp to push the lead to 4. He's really pulling away here. The ladder's rank 23 is asserting himself here. Waze catches him from the ramp to start a new 3-round streak, pushing the lead to 7-2. Glare puts a stop to that run with a clean hit, bringing it to 3-7. He's usually the clear favorite in this head-to-head. Waze takes it from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. Gone in under 2 seconds. Waze leads 9-3 at the break. Glare usually holds the edge in this matchup with a 54% head-to-head win rate, but he is struggling to keep up. Waze is on track for a major upset here. Sides, swap time for a reset. Waze has a 60% win rate in his last 10 matches, showing a lot more consistency lately than Glare. Even with that recent form, Waze is fighting a player who has a winning record against him over the long haul. We'll see if that historical edge helps Glare mount the comeback. He's on fire. 3 in a row for Glare, and he doesn't even take a hit, mirroring that 13-5 result they had just now on Orange. Waze cuts the momentum short, moving to 10-6. Fast exchange, gone in under 2 seconds. Waze takes it from the ramp, and he's really pulling away now with a 5-round lead. Just a few spots higher on the ladder for him. Waze takes him from the ramp to hit match point, winning 3 in a row. Took a bit longer this time, but he gets the result. Boom, he closes it out with 4 in a row to take the map. He just completely ignored the history here. Waze flips the script on Glare to take a decisive one. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Glare meet on red line today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Glare holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning 59% of their encounters. He also took their most recent meeting earlier today, so he enters this one with a clear psychological edge. The question is if Noir can flip the script here. Noir edges ahead, taking a 2-1 lead. Whoa, that was barely a second of action. Both players hit hard, but he comes out on top. That's 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script here. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row. Glare's better ladder position isn't showing right now. Glare answers back instantly, taking the round in a second without taking a single hit. Insane. Both players stare into each other in a bloodbath, but he survives by a threat to make it 2 in a row. Noir is playing significantly better than his 13-23 record from the last 24 hours would suggest. He's currently defying both the ladder and the head-to-head history to keep this lead. The question is if Glare can find a way to stabilize. Glare stays resilient, wiping him out without taking a hit to tie it up 5-5. He takes another without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row as he erases that early deficit before the break. Glare leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is keeping pace with expectations, utilizing a 59% head-to-head win rate to stay ahead. Both players traded 4-round streaks in a seesaw first half. Side swap, fresh start. Noir takes him from the ramp, he just snapped Glare's run and we're nearly tied. Coming off a strong 13-7 win against Waze earlier. Deadlocked at 7 apiece. Noir has completely leveled this. Clean sweep there, not even a scratch on him. He answers back quickly to reclaim the lead, showing real grit after that early deficit. He shuts that run down without taking a hit, making it 2 in a row for the resilient Glare. He doesn't even take a scratch. 3 in a row for Glare, who's completely erased that early lead. Four in a row. He doesn't take a hit as he pushes his lead to 11-7. Five in a row for Glare. He's at match point after this climb back. The favorite is finally asserting his authority. Boom! He wipes him off the ramp to complete the comeback and take the map. He really clawed his way back there. Noir put up a fight, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Waze face off on Mapas, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Noir leads the head-to-head with 405 wins over Waze. That historical edge often outweighs the ladder, as Waze is the higher-rated player despite the current score. We have to see if the favorite can actually push the lead here. Noir holds a slim 2-1 lead over Waze. Waze is the higher-rated player on the ladder right now. These rounds are over in a blink. Noir is just reacting faster right now. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Noir. The ladder favorite is struggling to find an answer here. He just won't stop. That's 5 in a row for Noir, pushing the lead to 6-1. Finally, Waze breaks that run to make it 6-2, coming off a 13-6 win over Glare earlier today. Waze has been 21-15 in the last 24 hours, showing much better overall form than Noir today. However, that hasn't translated here because Noir is historically far more comfortable on this map. The question is if Waze can adjust his approach before this lead becomes insurmountable. Noir dominates, pulling ahead 8-3 in this route. Waze ranked 23 on the ladder, can't find a way through. Noir leads 8-4. This is exactly how we expected it to go, as Noir's 47% win rate on Mapas is proving too much for Waze. The favorite has the momentum heading into the switch. Side swap time for a reset. Noir extends the gap to 9-4, just cruising now. Noir, rank 30, is simply ignoring the ladder difference. Noir hits 10, leaving Waze completely in the dust. Waze is the clear favorite on the ladder right now. Whoa. Both players get shredded in a total bloodbath, but he survives with just 14 HP to make it 3 in a row. Pure chaos on that one, but he claws through. Waze shuts him down without taking a single hit, making it 11-5. Clean as it gets, ending that run in just 2 seconds. Waze is putting up a fight here, winning 3 of the last 4 to keep this within reach. Noir's 13-23 run over the last day is starting to show. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row for Waze. The ladder favorite is finally asserting himself. Noir snaps that run and hits match point 12-7. The ladder favorite is fighting an uphill battle here. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. Ranking doesn't matter when you've got this much history. Noir just continues to have Waze's number on Mapas.